Today, base code is here to play. One more line, rewrite the code. One more line, rewrite the code. From code to game, the spark takes flight, building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code, unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made, a digital sky that will never fade. Press start, let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step within. Press start, let's begin. One more line, press start, let's begin. Base code's world, come step within. The stream ignites, the night unfolds. Dreaming in pixels, I'm alive. Worlds he builds, come alive. Catch the stream, let it unfold. Press start, let's begin. Streaming visions, night to day. Base code is here to play. One more line, rewrite the code. One more line, rewrite the code. From code to game, the spark takes flight, building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code, unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made, a digital sky that will never fade. Press start, let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step within. begin. One more
Oh my God, all of that was muted. Facepalm. Facepalm, and I was being so witty and hilarious. I was being so funny. Oh my God, look at the party going on here. I actually freaking love that crispy bacon emote. And the God of More emote is very good as well. How are you, Brian, Goldie, Katie, Collector, Mondo? Who else we got? It's a real party in here. Nugget, how's everybody doing? Burlap, hello. Hello, guys. I was saying I refuse to believe that the all this business is that there's that it's supposed to be like that, but resetting and then it'll come back and it'll all work, I promise. In hindsight, the choice to use Blazor server for this was it was not a good one. It was not a good one. It's very hard to control the user interface of a thing like this. But, that's what we doing here. We making things. We doing it live. We figuring it out. We getting there. We're getting there one step at a time. One step at a time, chat. But I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. So that's good. Let's see if I exit there. Then we were in the middle of a thing. Okay, today, what should we do today? Today, I think I want to create the activation system, a system to activate objects, so that entities can act on stuff. And that's going to be all sorts of stuff. That's going to be equipment. It's going to be doors. It's going to be lights. It's going to be all of it. All of it. All of it's going to be a part of it. So, you're doing good today, Collector? I'm doing good today. Yes. Wish I could read lips. Hold on. It's working now, though, isn't it? We got it now. Yes, we did. Oh, my God. This is taking a while to reset. So that's the plan. That's the plan. And I want to do some other things a little bit different. I think Codex I want to try and use through OpenCode today because, yesterday we had such a positive experience with it. OpenCode seems to be the way to go for this. So that's going to be the last little bit of learning that we have from this. What should we do today? Same thing we do every day, Pinky. Take over the world. That's it. That's it. That's exactly right. Wow, this restart's taking a hot minute. I feel like this should be back by now. Unless something's gone real wrong. Hello? Refresh? I forced that refresh, by the way, guys. Oh, and now I just... That's fine. That's fine. This is fine. This is fine. No problem. Okay. So, that's the plan. Hello, War Plants. How are you doing? I've got my coffee, chat. I've got my coffee ready to go. It's 8 p.m. I've got one meeting tomorrow morning, so I can't be too degen. And I know I just wait until 3 a.m. when you guys remind me of this. I see it coming already. Oh my God, and it's at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. meeting. So let's try and make this a 1 or 2 a.m. finish. That's the plan. 2 a.m. finish. That gives us a good 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 6 hour stream. Only 12-hour stream incoming. You know me too well, Plants. You know me too well. Okay, when the user starts, we're in the middle of some things. I did some refactoring. I may have been so addicted that while I was doing other work here, while I was doing my main work, I may have done some refactoring. Should we start there? Guys? So you all can see what exactly exactly has transpired in your absence. I have railed against many a colleague that scheduled a meeting on 9 a.m. in the morning. Yes, but Hansblah, I'm so excited about this meeting. This meeting is the start of a new project, which is fantastic. It's fantastic news for me because we like having new projects because that means income. And hello, Snolzy, how are you? Of course, we're going to gigantify the emote. Yeah! There we go. There we go. Done. Ritual complete. So, yes. This is a good meeting. This is a good meeting. I'm not necessary in the meeting, but oh my, so lively today, Seb. Thank you. That's I'll take that as a compliment. I'm excited. I'm excited by the progress we've been making, guys. That's where my excitement is coming from. So, okay. Shall we lock in and start to get productive? Maybe. Okay. So, like I said, we had some work in progress. We had some changes I was making. Here they are. 4 commits, 4 whole commits. This was committing last night, actually. That was at 2 a.m., so 3 commits. The host migration code that we wrote last night hadn't been committed, but I did a lot of refactoring here to make this neater. This is the thing. You guys don't see how much I actually do off stream to make the code neat, where it's like manual stuff. It's less exciting where I just need to sit there and really lock in and focus, and it's not interesting to watch me do that. So I just do that off stream. And then the shape of the code gets a lot better. Here's another example. Look at this change. Look how much code I deleted from this. I deleted, it's mostly red. I mostly turned this whole thing into a bunch of smaller, more isolated classes, which all get called. I mean, the whole thing is just like deleted. And look how long it was. It was 1,187 lines long, which is a bad length for any kind of file in an object-oriented project. So this got split out in a whole bunch of other little classes, which is a nice refactor. It means now these are all classes with single responsibilities, and our big class is like decomposed into smaller little bits, which we like. That's what we want. That's what we want. So that was the refactor. And I'm in the process of doing another one here. So there's our, we've got this really big button. Not really big button, really big script. And it needs to be broken down. It's our controller. There's I think it's the matchmaking menu controller we're going to decompose into littler bits. So the question it has for me is oh my God, stream streaks are coming up here and I didn't even see them. 70 stream streak. Are you serious? Brian, that's a 7 and a 0. That's a lot of streams. Thank you so much, Brian, for the support. I can't believe you've been here for that many streams. That's wild. Absolutely love that. Burlap, 3 in a row. Hell yeah. Though I know you've been here for many more than that too. Raisins, 40 stream streak. Also incredibly impressive. Very, very impressive. You've got your crispy bacon emote jumping up and down. We like that emote. I like that emote. I'm so glad we created that one. Okay. Question is, when the user starts host, join, matchmake, resume, what should the matchmaking menu do immediately? Stay on the panel. I think connecting panel with its own... I think probably this. Busy/searching state. It should have its own busy and searching state, but in addition, it should have a cancel button. Okay, how aggressively should the controller refactor be in this pass? An explicit busy state and small controller cleanup now. Keep the controller class for one menu. Okay. Split by panels. Add a busy state and break the menu into narrower primary. I don't think so. Controller class for the menu. Yeah, we're gonna do a cleanup. You look fresh, yo. Thank you, Katie. You're sticking cute. The bounce was a perfect touch. The bounce is a good touch. The bounce is a very, very nice touch. Yep. Just the little pig on his own. Eh. The bounce? Yeah, we like the bounce. Also, like, a big part of the reason we did that, Raisins, is because we are out of standard emotes and we had a few animated emote slots. So we needed a little bit of animation. So the sensible thing to do was like, it's a cute pig. Make him bounce. Make him bounce. How was sleep? Sleep was good. Sleep was good, Katie. I didn't sleep that long, but enough. And I woke up with a lot of energy and enthusiasm today. I think sometimes you get by on discipline, but I didn't need discipline today. Today I had motivation. So that's good. That's a good thing. I like it. That makes sense. Yeah, the discipline and motivation distinction is a really important one. I think like I've got all these techniques for I think you have to be able to recognize the difference when you're moving on motivation and when you're moving on discipline. And lately for this project, it's very much been motivation. But in those lulls, that's when you have to like recognize it and activate discipline mode. And that's where you have all your like, that's where habits and stuff come in. That's where your patterns and habits really come into play. And then you just like, then you go. Okay, for in-flight matchmaking started from the primary panel. Where should the immediate busy cancel UI live? Use the primary panel. As a request in flight. Yep. I think we can do this on... Immediately switch matchmaking into the existing join/host status panel. So cancel disconnect lives in one place. For in-flight matchmaking, started from the primary panel. I think after further consideration, future systems such as joining from a Steam invitation will need to go to a connecting menu. For this reason, the panel with play, join, matchmake options, rather than changing state, should use that same panel. So we're reversing the earlier decision of keeping it within the same primary panel and introducing a new panel here instead. We should go to that panel when we click the matchmaking button or join or host to indicate that the user interface is in a joining state. That the game all right. That's amazing. I really need to work on my discipline. Yeah, discipline is hard. I think discipline is what happens, is what gets you moving when you don't have motivation. I think that's really how I've come to define it in my own mind. It's discipline is doing something even when you don't want to. And there are lots of techniques to do it, but it's also like a muscle, Raisins. I feel like if you go to the gym and you lift heavy things a lot, then you get better at lifting heavy things. Your muscles become stronger. And in that same way, I think discipline is like that too. Discipline only increases when you test and push yourself. So it's a whole thing. I think just like starting your day with little, if you really want to build discipline, some good things you can do is like recognize that you need it. That's the first step. Like not necessarily that you need it. Recognize when you have to use it. And then in those instances, have little things that activate the motion that it takes to move out of that little moment of stagnation. So like a great one is counting backwards from 3. Just be like, I'm in bed, I don't want to get up. And then like find the easiest thing that you can do, right? Pick something small and achievable. So instead of being like, oh, I'm going to go do like this massive thing, what you set yourself is a goal where it's like, I'm going to count backwards from 3. And before I get to 1, I'm going to sit up and get out of bed, right? It's those little things that really work, Raisins. You having dinner right now? See you soon, Goldie. See you soon, man. No, you're right. This takes priority. No, Goldie, go get food. Go get food. I'm just yapping here anyway. I'm not saying anything important. Return to source panel. When the user goes cancel, yeah. Okay, I think if the user clicks cancel, we should be able to hide the entire dialogue and go back to whatever they were doing before. For instance, if they were in options and they get an invitation to join a game, then the dialogue should show up over everything else. Holy crap! 70 stream streak! You lost your pants? 70 streams is a lot of streams, Goldie. This is a big moment for us. We're getting to like approaching 100 streams and 2,000 followers. Imagine that. I'm sorry though, I can't help you with your pants. I'd mail some pants, but they're going to take too long to arrive and we're not even going to bother doing that. You'll just have to go pantsless for this stream. For all you know, I could be pantsless right now. Maybe that's the way to do it. Spoiler alert, I'm not. It's winter. It's too cold for that. Okay, so where are we? With for instance, if they were in options and they get an invitation to join a game, then the dialogue should show up over everything else. Clicking the cancel button can simply hide the dialogue and they'll go back to doing their options. The reason for this design change is when a user invites somebody to play, it can be possible to join a game from anywhere. This isn't something that we need to deal with now as we don't have any Steam integration yet. But on different platforms, we need to be able to handle this. And on Steam and different platforms, we need to be able to handle this. Okay. How is it going? Please speak up. I'm wearing a towel. Stand up and prove it. I'm going to leave this one as the ambiguous Lucario. I'm going to leave this one in the ambiguous channel. You're just going to have to trust me that I'm wearing pants, but I'm not going to prove this one. You're going to have to take my word for it. Please speak up. I'm wearing a towel. Have you seen that little, like, what is it? There's a YouTube video where a guy's like teaching his son how to get free stuff in hotels. And he's like, what you do is you just always wear a bathrobe or a towel and make sure you're always wet. And that means if you do that, you can get anywhere. You can get anywhere if you're wet in a hotel, right? You can use the hotel pool. You can go into the buffet. Nobody's going to question you if you're wet. No sane person would be in a hotel in a towel if they weren't a person there. And it's like, nobody's got, I don't have ID on me. I've just been in the pool. My wallet's in my room. It's like, this is when we find out you're wearing the shortest of short shorts. That's, I know, right? Collector 70 streams is huge. Hey, look, I like a good pair of short shorts from time to time. This is why we don't skip Leb days, so that we can wear short shorts and feel good about ourselves. Should this refactor already decouple matchmaking from the main menu route so it behaves like a reusable modal dialogue? Or should it only introduce the new connecting panel and leave the main menu coupling for later stream / invitation pass? Let's decouple it now. We'll decouple now. I only wear short shorts. Don't you live in like England, Lucario? Aren't you somewhere in Europe? Aren't you like in the UK where it gets really cold? If you were in Australia, yeah, you can wear short shorts all year round. It's not a problem. But if you're in a cold place, I just thought you were somewhere in England, but the high calf have enough meat on the bone to feed a village. Yo. Noted. If ever trapped on a desert island, try and be there with Lucario. Not for cannibalistic reasons, just for the company. I trust you, Lucario. It's trust me. Just for the company. I'm at 19 of 20. One more to go. Collector, nearly 20 streams in a row. Huge. It should be over 150 if we were in the beta test. I didn't stream that much though, guys, like especially when it started, but I am in England. I thought so. I will only wear shorts. A brave choice. Okay, when the matchmaking dialog closes or is cancelled after this decoupling, how should the focus be handled? No focus restore. Yeah, no focus restore is fine. All right, how's this thing doing? Very tempted to hold on. There we go. And now if I open code and go models, I should be able to do this. Yes, good. Bun. What is bun? Oh, OpenCode has a thing. All right, I'm liking OpenCode, so I'm going to trust this. I'm going to trust it and let it do a thing. Let's see if we can loop back. Oh, I did that in the wrong place. Hold on. Here goes. That's a big continue. That seems to have worked. Okay. Excellent. Now we've got this nice window going. That'll be good. Well, first things first. We had some work that we did. I think without worrying about implementation details, let's write a new little markdown for the product requirements related to this feature. Oh my God, another 70 stream streak? Math. That's so many streams. Oh my! You need some pants too. You need some pants too. We can arrange pants. We can arrange pants. Where are the alerts for the stream streaks? These aren't showing up. These aren't showing up, and they should. They should. I also should be changing our. I should definitely be changing around some of the stuff here, related especially to. Let's see. What am I talking about? The fonts and stuff for our alerts need improving. Really need to fix that up. Oh, I can see that chat has moved up. Yeah, we put it at the top. What do you think? Is it good there? Is it good there or not? Is it good there or not? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Lucaria, you have one pair of trousers for formal events, I'm sure. Otherwise, you just stick with the shorts. I mean, fair enough. When traveling, I do like a good pair of shorts. Stick with player placeholder. Yep. Stick with the player placeholder, but definitely make the future requirement clear. Okay. I mean, yeah, distance limited is probably a good idea. We don't want them if a person's really, really, really far away. Okay. I've got enough structure to plan the refactor, but one failure path choice still changes the UI state. If the host join matchmaker temp fails while the new connecting panel is open, where should the user end up? Okay. If the host join matchmaker temp fails while the new panel is open, where should the user end up? Yes. Correct. It should have a cancel button anyway. We'll read what it comes up with. We'll read what it comes up with and be able to figure this stuff out from there. Like what it's actually going to implement. Okay. No local changes yet. Still doing a big think. Okay, we could start on... We could start on the activation system. We need to design a system that allows the player to activate things. By this, I'm referring to when moving around and controlling a character in-game. It should do this based on proximity. And it should have some kind of way to determine if the thing that can be activated is right in front of the player. This system should be determined client-side. Not necessarily, actually. Some examples of how this will be used. To interact with objects, such as things that can be picked up in the world eventually. To change world states, such as turning on and off lights. To interact with other players around them. To trigger transitions between rooms. Don't worry about any of the above implementation details just yet. I want to first define a generic system that handles this. And we need to... I see. Hold on. We need to go to Model. Our model needs to go to GPT. Okay, let's read the plan before we move forward on this. One of the main reasons I actually want to use OpenCode instead of Codex is like to go up and down. I can't actually use my mouse wheel. I can't scroll up and down. I have to go like hold shift and page up to get up, which is an annoyance. It's annoying. You're back from dinner. Welcome back, Goldie. Welcome back. Okay. Refactor the matchmaking menu to start actions immediately and move into a dedicated connected panel, preventing duplicate clicks and conflicting UI paths. Yes. This should also decouple the dialog from the main menu routes so that it behaves like a reusable modal overlay rather than a main menu replacement. The controller stays a single controller for now, but the state panel boundaries should be reshaped so that the later panel splits are straightforward. Good. Locked UI decisions. Host, create room, join by code, matchmake, resume, all route immediately into a shared connecting panel. Yes. Cancel from that panel hides the entire dialog and returns the user to whatever UI was underneath. Correct. Connection failure also stays on the connecting panel. Yep. The dialog should no longer hide main menu or force back to the play button on close. The dialog should no longer hide main menu or force focus back to the play button on close. Yeah, okay. Replace the current Boolean heavy menu state with an explicit panel for connecting flow. I don't know about that. Add matchmaking panel, matchmaking request kind, matchmaking connecting state. Actually, I kind of like that, yeah. Up that matchmaking menu state to include is open, is active, request kind, connecting state, remove a bunch of other stuff. Reducer rules. We've got new actions that create new reducers, which we like. We want this. Host game requested action, create host room request action, resume saved session action, all immediately switch to different states. Effects and request orchestration, the requested execution. Matchmaking menu effects, but make it the bridge between state and network outcomes. Existing user intent actions will be triggered. Will trigger the network bootstrap runtime. Subscribe to iNetwork session reader, and while the menu is in connecting in progress, dispatch the failure state action when network connection phase.failed is observed. Yep, all right. On connect close from the connecting panel, disconnect the bootstrap, reset things to not. Yep, that's right. We let the success path close the dialog from effects rather than relying on menu. Yep, visibility coupling. This preserves the current network orchestration boundary. Controller. Sorry, where are we? Controller and scene refactor. Keep one matchmaking menu controller, but narrow it back to controller work, controller changes. We remove a bunch of button stuff. We stop toggling main menu visibility. We stop forcing focus back to the main menu button. We keep authored. I don't know about this one. Stop forcing focus back to the play button on close. I don't know if we do. I think we still want that, right? We still want the main menu off and the next menu on. Split the current monolithic render into... I mean, that's nice. I like that. Split the back cancel handling. Add a dedicated connect panel route. I don't know about not switching off the main menu. We'll have to see how that shakes out, and then we can undo that if we don't like it. Matchmaking menu becomes a modal overlay, and it controls its own visibility. It can be open from main menu, character float, and later invitation flows without assuming anything. Okay. We have to consider that if we receive an invitation, that we may already be in a game. There could be like resume tokens. There may be resume tokens which are an issue. What happens if you join a game? We're going to have to disconnect our own game. To deal with this, it should be the case that whatever system receives the notification to join the game calls the modal UI, and the result is reported back to that system. This way, if we're in a game and the invitation event is raised, if the user successfully connects, we can tell the existing game that we are disconnecting. Similarly, if we're on the main menu and the user cancels, we can report that back to the menu that we were on before and handle the state accordingly. I'm not sure if it's right to not hide the main menu when we go through the play button, which seemed to be proposed above. The matchmaking user interface should be its own phase of user interface with its own controller, and it seems appropriate that the main menu should hide when we're there. Okay. Good stuff. I wonder if there's a way to swap these across. To swap the... Yeah, hold on, there is. We can do that. That goes here. To the left, to the left. Oh, here we go. All right. Let's read what we've got. We need to design a system that allows the player to activate things. By this, I'm referring to when moving around and controlling the character. In-game, it should do this based on proximity, and it should have some kind of way to determine if the thing that can be activated is right in front of the player. Some examples of how this will need to be used. To interact with objects such as things that can be picked up in the world eventually, and it's an important distinction. And out of scope. To change world states such as... To change states of things in the world... Okay, to interact with other players around them to trigger transitions between things. Don't worry about any of these implementation details above. Just yet. I want to first define a generic system that handles interactions between world, objects, and players. All of the above examples will be instances of this kind of behavior, where this kind of behavior will be used. All right. All right, we've got a new plan mode running. Okay, I confirmed matchmaking menu only exists in main today. So to support invitation style call later, we can just either shape, just shape the contract now so that now, or also make the dialogue available outside the main menu scene in this path. It changes the implementation materially, so I want to lock it in before we write the plan. Refactor the action results so that any system can request the dialogue and receive an outcome, but keep the actual scene mounted on main for this pass. I think let's do just, the main scene now. And keep the contract better for later. This looks different, doesn't it? It's a very different look. Do we have a way to also... Control P, we can... Ooh. Hey! We like this. We like this, chat. Which one looks best? That one's kind of nice. That one's kind of nice. Do we like Dracula? I kind of like Dracula. Aura. Aura's cool. Purple is on brand. Do we have Aura? What do you think, chat? Is that us? I think the legibility of a lot of these other ones is quite nice. Tokyo Night's also quite cool. Osaka Jade. Dude, it's got a lot of these, it's got a lot of themes here that match, what is it? They're available in Omachi. There's Omachi themes there. All right. Let's go have a look here. Purple is on brand. Wow, lots of open code. Indeed, indeed. Okay, how far should this pass go in matchmaking dialog call out outside of the main menu? Refactor matchmaking from the main menu specific panel into a caller-driven dialogue with explicit presentation mode. Yes, this should solve the immediate UX bug and set the right boundary for future invitation flows. Good, good, good. Skimming that and it seems fine. Add the caller-owned dialogue context instead of treating the matchmaking as a hard-coded main menu flow. Okay. Update the open action to carry context. Yes. Add results action emitted by the matchmaking feature. Good. These actions are the caller reported mechanisms. Any caller that opens the dialog may subscribe to the matchmaking store action and react when it sees the matching result. Yes. Replace the current Boolean panel state with explicit dialog and request state. Add. Yep. This is largely the same as before. So we don't have to be as careful in reviewing this. Keep the matchmaking controller in this pass. Split the current render logic into helpers. Should we, what if we do something right now at the same time that defines how modals should work? I mean, it's an interesting idea. Okay, this pass prepares the caller results contract now, but does not mount matchmaking menu outside of main. That's fine. Future invitation systems will use overlay modal plus external. Good, good, good. One more thing. This will be the first time that we... There are a few instances throughout this project where we have something like a modal behavior. It may be useful to have some kind of user interface convention to handle this more generically rather than repeating ourselves with different solutions for modals everywhere. Modals. How do modals factor into our current solution? How close are we to capturing modal behavior generically? And is there an easy path to implementing this as a part of the solution to the problem we're dealing with now? Keep in mind that any modal solution will need to require a lot of flexibility to ensure that complex designs like the one that we're considering now are supported. Okay. It shows a lot more thinking when we use open code than when we use GPT's codex, I think. The codex CLI is not as detailed in its thinking, or at least its explanation of thinking, if I'm not mistaken. Look how much it explains itself. It explains itself a lot, where codex just like zips through it, and maybe that's not good. Because isn't that a lot of like tokens back and forth? I think that's surely that's tokens. I mean, right here, I don't think this is tokens. It's just running stuff, right? But the thought process is it's sending tokens to me for every different thing that it's considering, and that might be too much. Okay, the main conclusion from the repo pass is an easy reusable part of the model contract and host semantics, not the visual/content layer. A single generic modal prefab would likely fight the flexibility you want, but a shared way to open a dialog, choose a presentation mode, and report results back is... Yeah, okay, good. Add a reusable contract plus shared modal host layer concept now while still keeping matchmaking content custom. I think contract is a way to do this. I don't mind that at all. I think that's really what I'm trying to get at. I think especially with an action, like if this builds on something like an action, that's going to be useful. I don't know. Maybe the host was the right call, but all right. I'm curious about this, and I think I need to know. So we're gonna. I'm using open code and also codex on the command line. I noticed that open code has a lot more information that it's communicating about what the LLM is thinking. Does all of this extra context coming up in the command line contribute to the number of tokens used, or is this just one tool choosing to communicate in a way that's different from the other? Ding! I like the ding. I really like the ding, guys. The ding is good. Okay. See, is it the same solution? Use matchmaking menu work to introduce a generic modal contract pattern, not generic modal prefab system. This means that the pass should standardize how the caller opens modal-like UI, how the modal declares whether it's an exclusive face or an overlay modal, how the modal reports canceled or completed back to the caller. It should not try and force all modal UIs into the one shared visual shell. Correct. The current repo already has multiple valid modal shapes. An easy high value reuse point is the contract and lifecycle, not the content layout. Yes, for matchmaking specifically, it's going to go like that. Good. Okay, it hosts, creates all of that. The key changes: add a small share convention under state common or equivalent shared UI state location. Adopt this repo-wide convention for dialogue-like features. The caller opens the dialogue with the caller owns correlation ID. I don't know about that. A presentation mode. A caller source identifier. The dialogue reports back with the result action. Not callbacks or delegates in the... I don't actually... Callback and delegates in state might be nice, though. Do not add global modal prefab, generic modal view interface, callback delegate fields in store state, a shared autoload model manager in this pass. I don't know. Those things might be nice, though. Those things might be nice. Who knows? That's why they do it. They got to make the money. Vinyl Rabbit, good to see you, by the way. What are you referring to? I'm sorry. You probably said it, and I was just like, I think I understand. Actually, you're saying you're referring to the thought process and how it's communicating. I'm new here. What are you building? Yo, welcome in, man. I'm sorry. You probably haven't seen any of it. You're about to. You'll see it really soon. But how about I just show you now? I'll show you here with. We're making a game. We're making a computer game, and it's called Not Monsters. And let me clear up all this in the console. I'll just do a quick run to show you. Have a look. El Cuaro, we are making Not Monsters. Not Monsters is a social deduction party game where you and your friends are medieval villagers in a town a lot like Salem, trying to save the world from monsters who, if they manage to survive 7 days, will bring about the end of the world. The twist is, some of your friends are the monsters, and you have to discover who they are. So imagine you're running around this town, you're using voice communications to either figure out who of your friends is trying to kill you, or also possibly trying to kill your friends. And yeah, that's essentially the game. So I'll show you, some of the characters. Imagine everybody jumps in to go matchmake, and then they get to choose a different villager, and that villager has a role within the town. For instance, like the butcher prepares meats, and you can provide food for everybody so that they can heal and get more energy. So does the farmer. He's also a provider of resources. Then you get some roles where it's like a collaborator, like the blacksmith. If you bring him a weapon and he has enough energy from eating the food, he can enhance a weapon to make it stronger. Some people interact with the environment, like the lamplighter. He can light lamps around the town to keep it light during the night, because that's when the monsters get strong and they can see in the dark and the villagers can't. The doctor can make a guess once a day as to whether a specific villager is a specific monster. You get the idea. So there's lots of different roles. So I'll just select a bunch of roles. When you start the game, it randomly determines which of you is a monster. Hold on, which of you is a monster? Let's resume that game there. So we'll go with... that one got a monster. Okay, so this one's secretly the monster this game. And so then that you get to, as the monster, choose your monster role. So it could be a werewolf, for instance. And then, you select that, and it goes into the game where you run around and kill people and all that other stuff. And at the moment, it's broken, so I won't show you gameplay, but hopefully that gives you an idea of what the actual game is. So that's what we're building. El Caro. That's the game. Lots of errors in our console, but we shouldn't be messing about there anyway. We should be letting this finish. So, okay. So let's implement that plan and then go back to what we're looking up here. Now that I'm here, I don't actually know if there's a keyboard shortcut to move me up and down, which is going to be annoying. Okay, hold on. What did I even instruct to do? I'm going to have to get used to this. That's a lot of thought. That's a lot of thinking. I don't know if I like this. All right, the activation system. Right, our activation system. Okay. Split local section and authoritative execution. Local selection answers, what can I interact with right now? Authoritative execution answers, does this interaction actually happen? The interaction system should own targeting, request transport, validation, and result codes. It should not own resulting world state. Correct, yes. Interaction ref target, a stable target identity. Use static world plus ID, peer plus ID, or later spawned object plus spawn ID. Interaction target, the authored adapter on the scene object or avatar with the anchor, proximity volume, frontal cone settings. Okay, no, I understand. It's like going to do something like frustum culling to determine if the thing is there, priority, and prompt metadata. We can make requests and have responses. Okay, add an interact input inside the existing movement inputs. Yep, create a local player interaction controller as a sibling of the character controller. Yes, read spatial data from interaction anchor. Build a nearby candidate set from target volumes. Filter by proximity first. Good. Filter by in front second. I think it should be in front first and then proximity second, so that you interact with the object that's right in front of you, not the one that's closest. We should require line of sight, and interaction priority should go with the object in front first and proximity second. Scope remaining candidates by priority, facing alignment and distance. Keep the chosen candidate local only for prompt/highlighting UI. Yeah, we do need something to show that the object can be interacted with. Maybe a shader around it. Okay, authority flow. On button press, send an interaction request through the new interaction service/runtime. The host validates against authoritative peer room presence. Yep. That handler changes canonical state on its own system. Send a simple success or failure result. Feedback. If feedback is needed, if feedback needs it. Do not make the interaction service the owner of light state inventory, room transition state, or social state. Do not make the local target selection authoritative. Do not identify targets by C node path. Okay, input seam already exists here. Make the interaction button F. Okay, local control seam already exists. Spatial seam already exists. Interaction anchor, we don't have. All right, but character root locomotion. Yep. Okay. Multiplayer service slash runtime seem already exists. Service runtime, network spawn runtime, player avatar materialization seem already exists. For static authored targets, the cleanest precedent is runtime lobbies, lobby spawn point catalog, authored scene data turned into stable pure data definitions. Okay. Explicit button press only. Auto trigger volume should stay separate trigger systems. Yep. Static world objects use authored stable IDs. Play targets use peer ID now. Spawn pickups can use spawn ID later. Static world objects use authored stable IDs. I don't know about that. We shouldn't have two separate systems to identify objects, whether they're static or not. Some objects will be non-static, such as items that can be picked up and moved. Standardize the system of identifying these things. Even if a thing will never move, we shouldn't complicate the code by having two paths to produce the same result. Busy lock cooldown rules should live with a specific interaction domain unless they truly become generic. Add input actions on local controller, add local target adapters to candidate scoring, add service and network runtime skeleton. Okay, question. For right and front, should the selection follow avatar, facing, character, center, or a blended rule? That's a really good question. We should use the direction of the avatar to determine if something is in front of the player. The player can use the right click button in order to change the facing direction. So this should still remain user friendly. Okay. I recommend blended broader avatar facing gate plus camera forward tiebreaker. Okay, I mean, we can go that. For the first implementation, let's try the blended approach that was recommended. Okay, replan. All right, while it's thinking, let's see what the answer to this question was. Most of what you're seeing in the UI is verbosity, not token usage, but some of it can cost tokens depending on how it's implemented. Tokens are only consumed when text is sent to or from the model API. Tool outputs the model's generated response. Okay. Tools like OpenCode and similar dev-focused CLIs often expose intermediate reasoning steps, tool calls, planning steps. These fall into two categories. Pure UI, I mean, great. Model-generated reasoning. If the tool is asking the model to think step by step, requesting structured reasoning, this does consume tokens. Minimizes output shows only final result. Both are doing similar work. Okay. Reasoning is not re-injected. How can I determine right now if OpenCode is costing me tokens or costing me extra to output like the following code. When if I compare that to Codex, I see the following. Oh, I can't even select on Codex. That's annoying. We'll do it like that. See what I've provided in the screenshot. Okay. I wonder if this approach is more object-oriented instead of relying on service-routed IDs. Okay. I don't know about the interaction IDs. Locked in. Add an interact button to F. Require line of sight. Rank targets by in front first, distance second. Use avatar facing to decide what counts as in front. Use the blended approach only if the final tiebreaker, not as the final. Yep. Add a single interaction target that can be attached to any interactable thing. Interaction target exposes the interaction ID string, one anchor node, and its interaction settings. Static objects author their interaction ID. Spawned and movable objects receive their interaction ID when configured. After that, the system treats them identically. I mean, that interaction ID should probably be something that is deterministic. I don't want to have to write a new interaction ID for every object. And I don't know why they would need to like spawned or movable objects. Shouldn't the spawning system like just shouldn't the same system the system that spawns objects should be the same one that gathers up all of the objects that can be interacted with in a static way and registers in the same. I mean, hold on. Let's just see what it comes up with, and if it comes up with something terrible, we'll deal with that at that time. Local selection stays. Local player interaction controller reads the local avatar from character action. I don't like this. Honestly, this feels wrong. There's something that feels off about it. So we're going to switch that. We're going to switch that up. Rather than static objects authoring their own ID, the same system that handles assigning IDs to spawned objects should handle assigning IDs to static objects. This further decreases the deviation in how those two things are handled and makes them more generic, which is better. Push back if this choice creates more complexity in ways I haven't considered. Local player interaction controller reads the local avatar. It gathers nearby interaction target candidates. It filters by proximity. We can do something with like collision objects. the best way to detect whether interaction targets are nearby may be through the use of collisions. Research and consider the right practices inside of Godot. How is good? What is best practices inside of the Godot engine for these kind of problems? For 3D games. Okay, hold on. Okay, all references are cleared. I've got... We've actually got new changes here. Okay, let's run it. Let's see those changes come through. Quick question, Sebi. How much monsters can be in a game session in relation to villagers? It's like it scales a little bit. With smaller numbers, there's still a little bit more monsters, but it's still about 25%. I think we're aiming at about 25%. So if we had a full match of like 15 people, there could be 3 or 4 monsters inside of it. So yeah, that's the answer to that. And it's a good question, Sergius. Okay, now we should see something here. Searching for match, connecting. Excellent. It goes straight through to hosting. Join game by room code is still the same UI. All right, cool. Cool. That's looking good. I love the fact that this works, guys. This is so cool because we can just go resume on all of these right now. And we're all back in the same damn session, which is awesome. Oh, this one not working. All right, all back in the same session. Very, very, very cool. All right. Notice that when players leave, it runs the despawn again. This guy got the monster. That's funny. All right. Quit. All right, cool. Should I... What is it? This is all UI stuff, so I don't think we need to test going into the game. Okay. Yo, how you doing, Micro? Another base night with base code. Yo, thank you, dude. Thank you for saying so. I'm looking forward to tonight. There's a lot of little systems that are going to get done, but redesign the matchmaking menu and controller. Let's see. Is this one shorter now or longer? Introduce a modal system as well. Introduce a modal convention. Okay. Now that we have this new modal convention, let's document it in the user interface section of okay. Okay, how do those two things... Okay, where were we at? Local selection stays local only. Request goes through a new interaction service pair, runtime pair. Through live registry, the host revalidates proximity facing line of sight and target enabled state. Host calls the target's generic interaction handler. The target's own domain logic changes world state, inventory, player state, and scene transition state. The interaction system does not own those outcomes. Yes. Input, client object, local player input service, local player input reader. Okay, cool. The other thing I wanna think about here is we need to ensure that our designs are compliant with PPP, multiplayer networking standards, and general sys QA. It's not letting me enter that. Weird. All right. Is this a terminal issue? Is it something with this? All right. I don't know what's going on here. I can move the cursor around, guys, but I can't enter this. Okay, it's not the... Oh, I don't know what happened there, but we got it. We got there. Okay. The UI state selection in the modal dialog convention. Okay, yes. Contract first modal design, exclusive base versus overlay modal. Okay. Let's look through our solution and find instances where this new modal convention should be used and is no longer compliant. Nice. Hey, Turbo! How you doing? Micro, Turbo, everybody's here. I'm locked in today. I know I really haven't been giving chat the time and attention it deserves, which is probably why y'all have been quite quiet. Sorry about that, but I do appreciate y'all being here. You can hide the thing if you find it annoying. It's the first thing I did. You can hide the thinking. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I mean, where is it? The hide thinking. Yeah. There we go. I mean, they're going to be pretty similar now. I don't mind it. I don't necessarily mind understanding its thought process a little bit better, but it's a good idea, Ed Wilbert. Good to see you here in chat too, by the way. I think it's been a hot minute since you're there. I love your little your NASA tag. How do you claim that? How do you claim that NASA tag? Because I think I was there for that broadcast, but I don't know if I ever got the tag, and maybe I just need to do an extra step to make it show up. Could be that, but I don't know. Okay, interactions. God, that's going to be cool. Yeah, no, I think it's true. I think it's true that the I mean, cool that it's doing these web searches. Okay. All of it's having a think. So, let's, while we're waiting, do this. This is the Newlyweds Loser Fruit. Inspired by Loser Fruit and Marcus. This is the Poltergeist. Inspired by Base Trade. This was the Demon Alice. Inspired by Kiki. This was the Worm. Inspired by... And we've got a ding. I like that ding. Does anyone who uses OpenCode know if you can make it ding the same way as we're getting the ding from Codex now? That's a very, very handy feature. Inspired by Jess. Inspired by Winter. All right, we've got a ding. Okay. You need to change your chat appearance. Click the red broadcaster badge in the chat box. Oh, that's a thing. Okay. Red broadcaster badge in the chat box. I don't see it. I don't see it. But thank you for the advice, guys. I could see the progress in the Twitch inventory, but you have to claim it. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I wasn't there for long enough. It's alright. I don't necessarily know if I want to see it on anyway, but... Okay. The Worm. Oh my god, is that Worm also wearing a witch hat? How about that? We've got the purple witch hat already in on Jess on a Worm mode. Maybe because you're streaming you can't change it. Yeah, it might be that. I think I watched for an hour. I'm not sure though. Maybe I didn't. Okay. Findings. Hello, let me stay up here. Hands free, I'm not moving it down. Alright, good. Character menu should adopt the new dialogue contract and currently does not. This feature still engages callers and mode in separate actions. Okay. Open characters catalog requested action and open character selection requested action instead of carrying a dialogue context. I disagree with it on this one. It's moving without me, I swear. It's jumping down, which is very annoying. The feature still encodes the caller mode in a separate... Okay, hold on. A separate action. This is wrong. This is wrong. Presentation is still hardwired through the main menu flow. The strongest mismatch because the feature already has multiple callers and already has a different close semantics depending on how it was opened. Options menu is the next best candidate for the new dialogue convention. Yeah. So let's replan even just like, let's plan a refactor of the options menu to use this new convention. Quick confirmation is not a strong contention violation. I mean, it is. It's a local control state inside of the same feature, not a reusable caller-driven dialogue. It's not the same kind of problem. It's a service-driven global. I mean, if we're not doing the options menu, though, maybe I ignore all of this. Maybe it wasn't right to try and create a modal convention. Because if the options menu, I mean, not even the options menu, lots of these other dialogues might be, make a list of the different potential options, locations, make a list of the different potential locations where modals in code. Include an evaluation of how well they will be compatible with our new modal pattern. All right. So, I don't mind the way that it's created this plan. It's structured it in a way that I compared to Codex, I don't know why it's doing it, like outputting it differently, but I do like how this reads. Let's move forward with building this plan. Let's move forward with building this plan. Let's do it. All right, both of those are kicking off. They're both hard at work. This is inspired by Devilique. The character pipeline is going to be an exciting one to come soon. That little cat shouldn't be so central here. Vamps fee, which if I'm being honest, should be the number one. The numero uno. Ooh, this is kind of spooky music. Does this not remind you of, like, I don't know, on its own when it was like simple like that, kind of spooky. I got a borrowed fastest travel mouse, by the way, guys. I can now mouse wheel again. I can scroll in and out, which is very, very handy. You also need to watch for an hour. Yeah, I think I did, Goldie. Or maybe I didn't. I don't know. Zombie. Not inspired by anyone. Werewolf. Also not inspired by anyone. Jester. Inspired by Nacho. Cyclops. Mike Wazowski. Witchy. Not inspired by anyone either. Mummy. Vampsfee. Inspired by Fasfee. The other thing we have to maybe do here is like do gender alternatives for each of these if we really want to do full support for gender. That's going to be an interesting change. Okay, hold on. Why didn't I get the ding? I wonder if there's a way to put a turn a notification on for open code, because I do really like the bing sound. It's like bing, ding, fries are done. We have so much in common. We both use fast hand-me-down mice. Do you have one as well, Slide? Nice, nice. I remember she did a giveaway where yeah. That's very cool. That's very cool. Another Alienware mouse, I assume. Actually, this time it's a Logitech mouse. It's a Logitech G305. This is the last fast mouse. A Alienware one, but no, this one's a Logitech travel mouse. It would be insane if characters based on real people give the voice of the character. You mean like get them to be the voice actors? That would be pretty cool, Druggy Hunt. That would be pretty cool. We might be able to work with that. We might be able to do something with that. If people volunteer to do some voice acting, we could roll with it. Okay, here's the current map of modal UIs and the current... Alright, let's read. Best fits. Matchmaking menu controller. Options menu controller. It still uses bare, open, and close actions. Character controller. I don't think character controller is a good fit. Split between the catalog and the lobby. Oh, yeah, okay, that is actually true. A lot of these just are not modals. They're really, really not modals. This one, like this one, the character menu, absolutely not. Should we abandon the idea of a contract for this? Some of the recommendations you're making seem counterintuitive, especially the character selection. Okay, we rebuilt it. We rebuilt it, guys, amazingly. We can mark a lot of these as done. That one isn't done. Ding, fries are done. Okay. Where is the... Okay, no, I would not abandon the idea. I would narrow it. The mistake would be treating modal contract as a rule for every UI that looks modal. That is too broad. And that's why the character menu started to feel wrong. The contract is useful for specific class of UIs. Caller opened, caller sensitive, results bearing. I think we need to expand this class of UI to include appears on top of existing user interface without being exclusive. without excluding it. Let's add that to our definition in documentation and reevaluate. That's why the character menu feels wrong. It's because this user interface shows on its own. It doesn't pop up in addition to something else. It happens completely exclusively. Modals should not be exclusive. They should be mechanisms that assist other interfaces in capturing information or presenting information to the user. Any interface that is to be displayed on its own should not be considered a modal. With this better definition, let's reevaluate. Okay, yeah, I think that's the issue there. I think we'll be in a better position if we do that. Okay, cool. Wonder if it's making changes here yet. Not yet. Oh, interaction soon. How exciting. The first interaction that I'm going to do, guys, is the one where you walk up to the door and you go E, and then boop, you're taken into a completely new place. I don't know exactly what it's going to be doing for collisions. I probably should have, I remember in this last command, we should have really checked here to make sure that the interaction targeted app shape, live in the runtime, even when attached to content scenes, yes. Should use exporting type for Eps4. I don't think it actually, okay, important Godot specific practices. Use primitives or convex interaction shapes, not concave mesh collisions for interaction areas. Use a dedicated interaction collision layer mask. Yes, this is what we want. Exclude the player body and interaction sensor areas from line of sight rays. Keep proximity as a broad phase only. Do not pick the final target. Yes, good, good, good. Put an area 3D interaction volume on each interaction target. I'm glad we expanded this with the Godot best practices. Ding fries are done. Yeah, totally. Ding fries are done. I definitely want ding fries are done for open code. That's going to be handy. How do I turn on a notification sound for open code? Okay, here we go. Plugin method recommended. Use plugins like OpenCode Notifier to play sounds. CLI notification script. Create a script. No. OpenCode Notifier seems like the right one to do. Add this to your OpenCode JSON. That seems nice. Where is my OpenCode JSON? Where can I find my... There we go. And if I just open that. Did that? No. Okay, I don't have one. Config, open code. What's in here? There is an opencode.json. If I add that plugin, and then restart OpenCode, we'll see. We'll let it finish what it's doing. It'll be a hot minute before we get to actually test that. But that will be cool. Would be cool. Yep, nope, ding, fries are done, ding, fries are done. I gotta run. That definitely deserves to be an emote. Why wouldn't you make that into an emote? That's the real question there, Goldie. I'm tempted, if we can. Wouldn't it be cool if we could add this plugin and then like download the ding fries are done sound and add that to our add that to OpenCode, so every time it runs, it just goes ding, fries are done. That would be fun. That would be fun. A little bit wacky for our brand, but also hilarious. Also hilarious. What is OpenCode? Dota 2 attitude. Okay, so a good example would be, so you can now, like, you know this program? Like, have you used many, like, have you used Codex or Claude or or like even OpenClaw? Those kind of programs are ways to interact with your LLMs and give them access to the command line and to other contexts, to give them access to tools. It's essentially a version of that that's compatible with all of the different solutions. So you can run Codex inside of OpenCode. You can run Gemini inside of OpenCode. It's like, yeah, it's a bit like Claude. Yeah, it's like that, but I like it better for lots of reasons. You can see the difference. You can, on the left is Codex, and on the right is OpenCode. And I'm kind of moving from one to the other. I've been using Codex for a very long time, and now we're starting to move toward OpenCode. So, yeah. Okay, so yes, with that definition, modal should mean it appears on top of existing UI, does not replace the underlying UI face, is used to gather and present information in support of another interface. That means exclusive face is not a modal, it is a different category. So the current concept should be split into face, exclusive screen flow that replaces and hides everything on the... It replaces or hides the underlying UI. Modal, option that sits on top of existing UI. No, we still need to update that definition. Something can cover the entire UI and still assist it by returning information to it, etc. A modal that excludes interaction with another modal can still be a collaborator. Face can still be a modal. Non-caller driven overlay like a recover failure banner. Under that definition, the earlier character menu recommendation wrong. It's a face, not a modal. That replaces or hides the underlying UI. A modal can hide the underlying UI. and still fit the broader definition of a modal. If it coexists with the UI, then it is a modal. And assists it in achieving something, then it can be considered a modal. Can hide or block. Let's reach out to the internet to find a good definition for modal to ensure that we're not misrepresenting it or creating terms that will be foreign to a new person who approaches this user interface or create confusion by deviating from standard definitions. Oh no, our coffee's gone. A Pi Mono competitor. I don't even know Pi Mono. So far, I'm just really liking it, though. I'm really liking what it's doing. Oh my god, this is probably doing a whole bunch of stuff. Is it having trouble editing? This is the first time we actually had it run things, like make changes. Maybe we've been in plan mode for a really long time. We should have validated that open code can actually do that. That's a little concerning, guys. Look at this here. The fact that this did a lot of thinking, started to actually do something, and then tool execution aborted happened. Failed to find expected lines in lobby spawn adapter. All right, it might actually be all right. It might actually be all right. I think we might be okay here. All right, it is patching. It's going. So that's good. Okay. Okay, the internet back definition supports your correction. What modal commonly means, it appears in a layer above existing content. It puts the app into a temporary mode that requires user attention or action. It may block interaction with the underlying UI while it is not open. So the refined repo definition should be: a modal coexists with the underlying UI spatially. It may dim, block, or trap focus away from the underlying UI. It assists another interface in gathering and presenting information. It is a full screen or exclusive replacement flow. Yeah, that stuff is not a modal. With that definition, the reevaluation becomes strong modal fits. Options menu, main menu, start resume prompt, in-game quit menu. Modal, but system driven rather than caller driven. The host migration failure pop up. The character menu. This is a face/screen, not a modal. Matchmaking menu in its current main menu presentation, also not a modal right now. Loading menu is a screen, not a modal. Yes. Okay. The key implication is that the current matchmaking contract is broader than a modal contract. If we keep that shared structure, we should not name it modal. Better than would be something like a dialogue or a present. Okay. let's go ahead and update the way we've defined this in also go ahead and reevaluate if the pattern that we've used is applicable for where is it? It's we had the pop-up. Where was the pop-up for it's not the loading menu or the options menu, the resume menu. Joining a game. Let's go ahead and reevaluate if that pattern that we've used is applicable for the new menu we created to let people know that they are joining a game. We created a contract here, and I want to make sure that we've used it correctly. I also want to unwind it if the concept of a modal is a bad fit for what we've actually implemented. I would like to create something that fits the definition we've just established for a modal and then uses it consistently with the different architectural splits you've defined above, because now I agree with them. Okay, plan mode, done, let's go. I was reading up on OpenClaw, and I think PyMono somehow underpins OpenClaw, although I don't know what OpenClaw is. Dota, OpenClaw is like a really, I'll say it's like, you know how you can give your AI permissions to do stuff on your computer, you know, with like / you know, full access type of deal. OpenClaw is like that on steroids. OpenClaw, like you can run it on your computer and give it access to a web browser, and then you sign in with everything, and then you let it drive the internet on your behalf, and you interact with it mostly through like a chat dialogue, something like, you know, Telegram or Discord or WhatsApp, or directly through a web interface. But it drives your computer for you in a way that other LLMs don't. So it can be very powerful, but it's also very scary. So OpenClaw is worth, if anything, like what I did was I got a completely new laptop, I formatted it, and then I installed OpenClaw, and then I just did a few things to see how it worked. And I might turn it on if I want to do some, like, you know, say I have to go through 100 different LinkedIn pages and look for like people who, you know, worked at companies between, you know, 2 and 4 years and knew their way around C#. Like that might be something where I bust open that OpenClaw computer, I give it access to my LinkedIn account, and I give it instructions to do that. And that seems to be the safest way to use it, even though that makes me feel a little like afraid. But that's the kind of stuff that it can do, which makes it quite powerful. But also, yeah, it's like a shotgun, a big blast. But if you shoot yourself in the foot, you blow off the whole leg, you know, where, you know, I feel like something like GPT is a little bit like a sniper rifle, very powerful, but you can aim it at a very specific thing. And it doesn't miss. It doesn't miss as much as OpenClaw might. Okay, hold on. Seb, I'm not sure if you can actually implement sound alerts into this, but I sent you the soundbite anyway. Yeah, that'll be cool. We'll give it a shot. That would be fun. It requires a stupid amount of trust in the app, which I don't have. Yeah, I don't have that either, Hansbla. Draghi Han, yeah, OpenClaw is scary for me. It's scary for me too. But also very powerful. It's scary because it's powerful. How should we reshape the current matchmaking? Okay, OpenClaw advice. Another clip. I need to clip these kind of things. I've confirmed the current state. The existing matchmaking contract is structurally sound, but its naming now conflicts with the stricter modal definition. The main decision I still need from you is whether we need one shared broader contract and rename it, or a full split between screen and face model contracts apart. Keep the one reusable caller result contract, but rename it to a neutral screen or modal concept and define modal as one presentation type. I mean, yeah, screen is an idea. Though our game doesn't really have screens, but it could be useful. I think it could be useful, yeah. Yeah, let's introduce the idea. New concepts, screens, I like them. I like the idea. Main menu screen, matchmaking screen, character selection screen, in-game screen. More specific than menus, I like it. Why not? New ideas, new conventions. Yay for new conventions. Yeah, update QA2, please. All right, did this actually do it? It did. Okay, here we go. Let's see, we've got interactions. How does this actually manifest itself? In the game scene, we've got something new. Okay, what's changed? Added F as an interaction action in the Godot project. Added a new service. Added a live target registry auto load. All right, this is an exciting minute. This is an exciting moment here, guys. Let's. We should answer these questions quickly before we get onto it. Okay, what neutral name should replace the current broad matchmaking dialogue contract? Use names like UI presentation mode, matchmaking presentation context, and screen/modal would read clearly and avoid calling screens dialogues. Yo, oh my gosh, Chaff Games, thank you for the follow, man. Sorry, follow, what am I saying? The raid. The raid, yo, it's good to see you. Welcome back in, man. How was your stream? How is your stream? What is going on, dude? I don't understand. I don't understand this. There's something I don't understand here. I've seen your content, dude. It's pretty good. Why you? What's going on with the loot? I gotta return the raid, man. I gotta return the raid sometimes. That it feels off. You've raided me a couple of times, and I need to return it. How are you doing, man? You were a Brisbane guy, right? If I'm not mistaken, you were a Brisbane dev. Falling off these days. Nah, not at all. Yeah. Dude, you've got to, there's some good stuff happening up in Brisbane later in the year. There's the Queensland Games Festival coming up in like June, July, was it? It's on our roadmap. Hold up. I'll see if I can find it. We're planning for it. We're planning for it. So are you coming to this, man? Are you coming to the, to QGF? You gotta come, dude. Let's hang out. Let's meet in person. Bring your game. Come to that. It's they're going to be doing some Twitch stuff there too. I'll be there for sure. Not with my project. All right, fair enough. But you probably should come with your project. Why not? The applications are open now. Applications are open. Put your game in it. There's going to be probably a lot of streamers attending that event, man. So it could be really fun. It'd be great to have you there. Like, welcome in. How was your stream? What did you get up to? Did you get up to anything fun? Is there anything new that's come out from today's work? I know how it can be. Sometimes you don't make a lot of progress, but then other times you make a ton of progress all at once. Oh, yo, starting on the platforming, dude, that's an exciting moment. We're progressing pretty well. We're doing multiplayer at the moment, so there's a lot of work getting done on multiplayer. I should show you. I need to finish up a few of these key decisions so this thing can start thinking, and then I can test we're in the process of testing some newly implemented stuff, specifically interactions and the way that you can interact with objects. But So if I run the game now, I don't know if it's going to completely crash. There's a good chance that it will, since we're. But here, hold on. Let me run this. Check it out. Check it out. Also, how cool is this harness that we finished lately? It can run multiple instances and it tiles them neatly so that you don't have to screw around like pressing run a bunch of times and then moving your windows around and then testing. It's pretty sick. So now we can go into our game. We've got our online matchmaking going. So if I matchmake a game and then we put everybody in a different character, then they all get in the same multiplayer game. One of them should get a monster. No, it's if there were 15 people, somebody would guaranteed get a monster. But all right, hold on. And then we also need to do something with the mouse input to make sure that this gets done right. But as you can see, we get different characters. People get this is the king. We've got the villager, and notice that they're all connected together and running. It's I'm really excited. We're making such good progress on this, and it's also got some really cool all syncing up. But yeah, check this out. I'm gonna leave with everyone but one person, and I happened to leave the king, but he wasn't the host, right? He wasn't the host. The first one was probably the host. Check this out. If I go play, I can resume game with every one of the characters. We've got some UI to fix. Play, resume. And see how they all actually get back into the game? So not only is there matchmaking, there's host migration. Host migration is in. So if somebody crashes or leaves, it automatically figures out the next best player to host and it moves it across to that person. And then so it's it's all syncing up and the migration is moving, and it works with authoritative hosts. But even if a host leaves, the game is smart enough right now to capture all of the game state, find the next strongest player to run the game, and to say, okay, now you're the authority. You now become authoritative. All of your state becomes the game state, and everybody reconnects to that new player. So that's what we did yesterday, which is pretty exciting. What happens if all 4 players exit? Is the game gone forever? Yeah. Dodo, when the last player leaves, they destroy the game state with them because they were the last person that had that information. So it's but this means you probably get this chat games. I've seen live service games, and I've been on the back end of trying to deal with having servers and running all of that complexity. This is going to need one really cheap server. That's the plan for this, and it should scale to thousands of players probably, because all it's actually doing is facilitating the matches. It's actually connecting people together, but letting them host the data and connect and communicate to each other locally. So I'm going to probably introduce maybe some matchmaking servers for different regions so that people get matched with people that have the lowest ping. And then, just because games are being hosted in Australia doesn't mean you have to play in Australia, that kind of thing. It'll be that you have to play in Australia so that you don't get put in an American server or something like that. But it's, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool code. Pretty cool code that we've been doing. The next thing I want to get done today, I'm doing some refactoring of the UI at the moment. We're in the process of so we're in the process of changing our a great example would be where is it? We're kind of in the process of planning how we handle our modal dialogues. And the other thing I'm doing is starting to get interaction systems up. So if a player walks up to an object like a door, they can hit interact and then some side effect happens. That's the next thing to do. But thank you for the raid and welcome in, man. Welcome in. Okay, what neutral name should replace the current broad matchmaking dialogue contract? Use names like UI presentation mode. I don't like this idea. We're definitely not going to do that. And rename the current matchmaking contract only within the feature. I need to expand this to see its thinking process a little better. Why it's why it's asking this question. I'm off to sleep, but have a good stream. Well, have a good sleep, Chaff. I really do appreciate the raid. I'd love to see you at Queensland Games Festival, man. You know what? I'm actually going to put you on a special list. A special list of people for... somebody might reach out to you from Screen Queensland, maybe. If you don't mind me doing that. Game dev streamer. Chaff. Cool. Done. I've added you to the special list. All right. Sleep well, dude. Catch you in a bit. Thank you again for the raid. Okay. I think it's okay to introduce a new concept like screen to create a distinction from modal, but as everything is implemented right now fits the definition of screen, it might be a bit more bloat than it's worth. We can assume that all UI is either a screen or a modal. And for that reason, going around and naming everything screen explicitly might just add noise. Okay. All right, what changed? What changed is we added a new interaction service and network boundary. Oh my God, that was quick. For the existing matchmaking contract, should we keep a broad screen or modal mode now, or simplify it to the screen-only shape we actually use today? For the existing matchmaking contract, should we keep a broad screen or modal mode now? Simplify to screen only. The caller result context for matchmaking, but remove the current broad mode field and define modal as a separate overlay pattern for future use. Retain one screen or modal field in the current matchmaking to screen only. Keep broad mode now. Retain one screen or modal field in the current matchmaking contract, even though the current usage is only screen-based. We're just going to separate out this because we've got our interactions and now we're going to go make a modal change. It's okay for us to have a system that defines screens and modals separately, especially modals. It's okay for us to have a system that defines the matchmaking pop-up as something that is a modal rather than a screen, and have it block other UI elements. It's nice to have a convention that defines the way that a thing works broadly and apply it to cases that fit that shape. This is why we're exploring the use of introducing a modal. The existing matchmaking contract and user interface should be able to fit the concept of a modal, as it displays information about the state of its processing and what it's doing, and it can be cancelled. And it shows up in front of other user interface elements that already exist. If we can make it fit the shape of modal and define that generically, then reuse that in other places, this will be a win. Text? No. Hello? I was in a bit of a rhythm there. I had a rhythm going. What was I saying? The existing matchmaking contract and user interface should be able to fit the concept of a modal, and it displays information about the state of processing and what it's doing, and it can be cancelled, and it shows up in front of other user interface elements. It fits the definition of a modal that we defined before, and so we should make it use that shape. We also should be able to make that shape generic and reuse it in other instances. Other things can all be called screens, but we don't really need to do that, since anything that isn't a modal is a screen right now. Let's change the shape of the matchmaking user interface to be that of a modal. Define how modals should work consistently. Assume everything else is a screen, but leave their names and shape unchanged. That shouldn't be refactored into a modal. Okay, that was a long answer. That was a long answer to its questions. Okay. Let's go. Added F as an interaction action. Good. We added live target registry. We added deterministic unified target IDs. We added a reusable target adapter. We added a local player targeting. Proximity via area 3D. We wired it into... Oh, it's responding so quick. We can't even get to this stuff. What has been progressed since the last time I was here? Yo, hello, Maya Stella. The main character flyover animation was there. Oh god, so much has changed since then, Maya. We are in the process of doing a couple of things. Right now, the immediate thing is like changing the shape of some of the way that our user interface works. And then the other really big thing we're doing is we've introduced multiplayer, the foundations of it at least, and now we're starting to build on top of that to do interactions between things. So it would be like the character interacting with a door or another character or an object in the world that it can pick up or a light. Those are the things that we're actually getting going now. So I'm pretty excited because this is where it really starts to become a game, is when systems like this are in. So yeah, making good progress. When the current character menu flow opens matchmaking, what should remain underneath the modal? When the current character menu flow opens matchmaking, we clarified that some modals will be activated by systems, not other user interfaces. If during the character screen, a system activates the matchmaking modal, for instance, if a player receives and accepts an invite from another player, then the modal should pop up on top of whatever it's dealing with, including the character menu if that's where we happen to be at the time. Okay, yeah. Hey, boxing exercise coach, how are you doing? Okay, Maya, let me show you. I'll show you what we've actually got going. And I'll show you too, boxing exercise coach. Oh, it's so fast in its responses. While we were waiting, I thought we could get that out of the way, but should this plan make the matchmaking modal globally available outside of main now? It can keep the main. I mean, keep it. Should we make it global? I mean, we're dealing with it. This is a good question. Should we bother making it global? I think keep the main host one for now because I kind of want a different dialogue. If you happen to be in a game, it should say, you're already in a game. Are you sure you want to leave and join the other one? Boxing exercise coach, you've got good news. What's the news? Do share the news. Good news, everyone. I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. Okay. So check it out. This is the game as it is now. Though I feel like probably I can't keep interrupting what I'm doing just to show this stuff off, despite how excited and proud I am of it. We've got matchmaking where imagine this is happening on the internet. Everybody gets in a match, and then people can run around and it's all in sync. Isn't that sick? And people can leave games and rejoin, which is another really important thing that everybody kind of just takes for granted. But if it doesn't happen, people get angry. But the fact that it does is going to mean like it's great. Yo, okay, boxing exercise coach. That's good. That's painful. That's a painful thing to deal with, kidney stones. It's been reduced in size and won't require surgery. Heck yeah. Hopefully that natural expulsion is not a painful thing for you to deal with, but good luck, man. Good luck with it. Okay. Let's review this plan so that we can focus on the bigger one. Or do we focus on the bigger one first? We do. We focus on this. We focus on this because it's the current work in progress, and then we can deal with that later. Okay, we added F as the interact action in client/project. We added a new interaction service and networking boundary. We added a live target registry upload for scene nodes. Okay. Nearby detection uses Godot areas, not polling. Line of sight is required. Interaction section prefers what is in front of the avatar over what is merely closer. Okay. This is a generic system only. No light toggle pickup, room transition, or player interaction handler logic has yet been applied. The system already supports player-to-player targeting in the lobby as the first real target type. Host migration is effectively... Okay, so let's move forward with adding a small interaction prompt and highlight UI. Yeah, let's do it. Thanks, I appreciate you, bro, dude. I appreciate you too, man. Like, good luck with it. I'll be, I hope the thing is a painful process. Sorry, a painless process. I hope it's painful. I hope you suffer. No, I hope it's painless. I hope nothing. I know people have gone through it, so I know it can be an uncomfortable thing, and I hope it's not for you. Yeah, S Club 7 was my jam. Nice. So Seb, is this one of your new development games? Yeah, Boxing Exercise Coach. How long since you've been here? It doesn't feel like it's been too long since you were here. But yeah, absolutely. This is a new game we're working on, and I'm super excited about it because it's, if you haven't seen it yet, I mean, you've been here since Christmas. We've been working on it since Christmas and whenever I had a little bit of free time. But lately, I don't know. In life, I've been waiting for certain things to eventuate, and it seems like they might not happen in the same time frame as I was expecting them to. So now my attention is kind of shifting to this a little bit more. So yeah, now you remember. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, well, it's probably come a very long way from that. The game's come along a lot. It's come along a lot. And we're starting to really like, now we're building the serious foundations of things. It's the, it's that you're in multiplayer, you're an object in the world, and you can see other things move around, and everything can interact with things. When is the release date? I'll definitely purchase it. Yo, thank you. I do appreciate that, boxing exercise coach. I think in terms of like beneficial things, the game itself is, I'm like, purchasing it isn't going to, how do I put this? It's not going to amount to much because I want to make it really, really affordable. I want to make this game something that lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of people can play, because if it doesn't get a lot of players, it just won't work, right? It's the kind of game that needs to have a lot of people playing it. So I'm trying to lower the barrier of entry so that we get lots and lots of people. So rather than purchasing it, if you can wishlist it and tell people about it and help get the word out, that's what matters most for this game. It's more about numbers than individual sales. I'm trying to create something that I can share with like a massive number of people. That's the plan. Is really, really big, broad, a really broad audience will be the plan for this. So. Yeah, yep. So let's go have a look at what this did. Okay, here's the completed draft of the markdown. Please write this as a markdown document into the docs folder. We'll get that one writing there, and then we should be able to we can go open code here. We're going to have 2 in the chamber here very soon. One way to do this, which could be really interesting, is okay, we can do, you know what, I'm actually curious. What happens if we give Gemma a task here? Let's see how Gemma holds up. Not Gemma. If we give, I mean, Big Pickle seemed to be an interesting recommendation. We've got a few here. We've got Minimax, Nemotron, and Big Pickle. Has anyone heard of these before? Has anyone heard of these different models? You have work tomorrow? Nice, man. Boxing exercise coach, where do you live? I would love to go do some boxing sometime. If you happen to be in like Melbourne or Brisbane, I might actually be able to come and do a class. That would be incredible. I really enjoy that kind of thing. So I don't know where you're at, but let me know if you're not already gone. Okay. So let's see. Big Pickle, Mini Max, Nemotron. Okay. Here's the breakdown. Excellent for daily coding tasks, debugging, and general interaction. Good reasoning capabilities. Fast, efficient quoting and quick tasks. So I think Big Pickle is the right one to be using. Okay, so did this write it? It did. So avatar overhead identity labels. How would we implement Let's plan the implementation of avatar Canberra. Too bad. Too bad. If I'm ever in town, I'll give you my business at PAX. Okay, cool. Cool, man. PAX would be sick. Business card. Yeah, I mean, if I ever find myself in... okay, hold on. Canberra born. You live near Geelong, West Melbourne. Okay, also a physio and a paramedic. Dude, nice. Yeah, yeah, please give me your card. Please give me a card. Do you have like a... I don't know, can I Google? Can I Google the boxing studio? Can I, like, boxing studio? You know what I mean. Let's plan the implementation of docs slash... where is it? Avatar overhead identities label. Yeah, let's plan it. We're going to give it a shot. We're going to give it a shot. See how it goes. I need the keyboard shortcuts to do that move. That move is a handy one. I know you said you're probably already gone, boxing exercise coach. If you give me something to Google, I'm gonna see what I can do. I'm see if I can Google that, make it happen. Okay. (2D screen marker, 3D outline. I think the 3D outline would be really cool. Okay, private coaching, mobile boxing. Nice. All right, all right, all right. I see. Yeah, business card at PAX then. That sounds like a plan. 2D screen marker. Let's see, before we do this, let's do a bit of design here. Good night, dude. Good night. Sorry to keep you past your... I know you were leaving and then I asked you a question on your way out. That's kind of a dick move. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you here longer, but thank you. Thank you for staying and answering those questions. I'll see you, dude. Have you seen the Saturday Night Live skit regarding the therapist? Which one? I have not, Psych. I have not seen that one. Okay, there's a user interface design thread somewhere in here. Oh, hey. Thank you, EBM. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Always good to have new people joining the community. I really appreciate you hitting that button. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay. There's a UI. Hey, we just got a notification that OpenCode is finished. The plugin's working. That's good. Yeah, this is probably it. Hey, can you help me? Can you help me buy a JavaScript problem? I can help you with the JavaScript problem. Yeah, like send me a code snippet or something and we can have a look at it if you like. We don't usually do that, but I'm in a mood. Why not? And like I said, I love having new people join the community. So create an on-screen user interface that shows people that they can interact with an object in front of them. It should accompany the game during the active control of a character. See the attached screenshot for reference. I do have a Discord. Dude. Yep. Jump in there and I don't really have a section for something like this. But why not? Coding problems can be fun from time to time. Maybe personal projects. There's a Your Project section. Have a look there. Okay, it accompanies let's give this a run. Okay, there's the user interface. There's our screenshot. Should be able to copy this path. And then it should be an on-screen. Hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself. Close that, close that, close that. Back to our chat. Here. Okay, we need that there. Imagine that the object in front of them has become interactable. There should be some text that sits in the center of the screen and lets them know they can press the F button to interact. This is going to be so good to put this on the the gravestone for Dolly too. Welcome back, EMB. How you doing? I'm looking at that. I'm looking at the Discord channel now in the Your Project section. If you want to drop a little snippet there. Image generation failed. Boo. Vibing, good music. Though I might want something more high energy potentially. Ooh, whoops. Oh, it looks like that might have been, that shouldn't have shown up there. But all right, hold on. Let's see what it came up with. Yo, it's generating tables. I've never seen tables come up in implementation plans. That's pretty interesting. I now have a complete understanding of the architecture. Here's an implementation plan. Okay, the feature will follow the existing code patterns, a service layer, a scene composition within lobby network avatar for the visual label. Nice. Local only components. Per client, not network replicated. Are they though? Yeah, I guess they are. Turning them on and off might be necessary. Okay, avatar identity service. It needs to talk about world space. If it's not doing that, it's missing something important. This can actually close, which is pretty cool. Happy about that. You know what? I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Let's download that. Copy the path. And then it should be an on-screen 2D. Lowest risk and fastest. A true world space highlight of the target mesh. Stronger effect but more technical risk. We should go with the 3D outline. How does like Breath of the Wild do this? I think I remember being impressed by Breath of the Wild's implementation of this. Okay. Yo. Whoa, hey. Chirpy Chirp, thank you so much thank you for the raid. And what a raid, 25 viewers. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Let's check you out. Ooh, what are you doing? Okay, we're playing games and just chatting. Very cool. Cozy morning streamer, yo. Okay, we're making a game that you might like. How you doing? Thank you for the raid. Hello and good morning. Welcome in, welcome in. I mean, it seems like you might not even be a software and game development streamer, which is amazing. I'm glad that we got the raid. Okay, the project. No, there is actually a project. Worlds at Dawn, 400-hour experiment. Okay, so you do cool stuff like 3D modeling and Godot engine stuff and art and illustration. You know what? You 100% have earned yourself a follow. I can't wait to see your stream sometime. Thank you very much for sending your audience here with the end of your stream. I do appreciate it very much, and I'll do my best to return the favor when I can. Okay. Okay, the invitation says invalid, this invitation. Yeah, I do think our Discord works, EMB, so it's very chaotic. Your project, you mean? Or you mean our stream? Because our stream is very, very chaotic as well. We're going from place to place and thing to thing. But let me introduce you to our project if you haven't seen it. Or you're talking about your stream was very chaotic. Hey, look, chaos thrives on the internet. I would argue that the internet is made of chaos. So life is chaotic for sure. Let me tell you what we're doing. We're making a game here. Guys. We're making our own game. Thank you for the follow, Chirpy Chirp. This game is called Not Monsters, and we were just working on the multiplayer. So let me give you an example. Oh, your community is following as well. 8 bits a byte. What a sick name. I actually freaking love that. So this is our game. It's Not Monsters. At the moment, we're working on the multiplayer. The next thing we're doing is setting up interaction systems because I want the players to be able to walk up to this freaking door right here and press interact and wind up in the game world because we've built a game world as well. But let me take you back to the main menu and show you what's up here. I'll load into the main menu. The game, Not Monsters, is a social deduction party game. So imagine all of these different characters, some of them will be randomly made into monsters. And just to rewind, like the game is set in a medieval village like Salem, but with the art style that you see here. And it's your objective to save the world from the apocalypse by surviving 7 days, because if before the end of 7 days the monsters can kill all the villagers, then the apocalypse comes. Otherwise it's averted. And so it's your job as a villager to become strong, to level up, to help other villagers by doing things like, let's go have a look at some of the characters. So for instance, sometimes your job is to the farmer goes and it grows fresh crops to feed the village. The butcher, he does things to get meat. So it's like to help people get health and energy back. That would be your job if you were these roles. The lamplighter, it gets nighttime. It goes to nighttime and the monsters become more powerful and they can see in the dark where the people can't. The villagers can't. And so, the lamplighter, he can turn lights on in the village in order to keep it, safer at night. The plague doctor, he can choose a specific villager one time a day and guess a specific monster to see if that monster exists in the world, if to make a guess, and it can confirm if a person is a monster. And then it's everybody's job as villagers to determine who the monsters are, because at random, about 25% of people, and the game's going to be anywhere from, I think most games should be 4 to 15 players, and so secretly some villages will also be monsters. And so villages can turn into monsters and then attack other villages with their monster mode. And the longer it goes on, the stronger they get. And so they have to sneak away and do monster tasks to become more powerful. And the villagers have to cooperate in order to level up and become powerful to fight off the monsters. So that's essentially the game. We're doing a lot of collabs with a lot of different content creators too. You can see some of the Twitch streams here. This is my sister Fasvi and her channel, for instance. And so you can see some of them are even live right now. So Kiki is live right now. You can see the little red glowing icon to show that she's online. So, if streamers with audiences and interest in the game want to collaborate, I've been trying to do everything I can to collaborate with, Kiki and a bunch of other content creators for both villager models. Like this is Pestly. I'm sure a lot of you probably know Pestly. He's one of Australia's biggest streamers. And like a whole bunch of different content creators. I want to work with them because I want Twitch is the place where I'm making this game. So I want to bring Twitch into the story of what it is to, not monsters as story. So that's what we're doing. So I see that you work with Blender and you work with Godot. So that's really, really cool. I think that's awesome, Chirpy Chirp. Where are you based out of curiosity, Chirpy Chirp? Are you an Australian streamer? If so, there's some events coming up that I'm really trying to network and collaborate with more especially Australian game dev streamers. So it's okay, French Canadian. An amazing place to make computer games. One of the best funded places in the world for computer games with some of the biggest studios. So amazing place to be. Congratulations for being there. I'm jealous. I wish I could be there, but very cool. I'm in, but where do I have to put it in the Discord? If you drop your little problem in the your project section, Ember, we can have a quick look at the code snippet and see if we can find the problem for you. So just head there and drop it there if you like. I can see the Ubisoft office from my place. Oh, that's so sick. Ubisoft Montreal, I think, is the biggest Ubisoft, but then after that, there's like, there's the what state is it? There's a place in Canada. I mean, don't dox yourself there, Chirpy, but that's such a cool place to be. Do you want to work at Ubisoft one day? I feel like that would be an amazing place to work. That would be absolutely amazing. That would be so freaking cool. Okay, so where were we? We were in the process of, just as you rated, I was here getting that screenshot. So this is, I was kind of reconsidering if I wanted to do, I was Googling the Breath of the Wild object interaction. Because I think there's this really good world space UI that you get in Breath of the Wild. I just want to see that. I want to see those dialogues show up and get a sense of how they do it. Because I remember it feeling good. There's like a little F button that comes up and it does it in world space if I'm not mistaken. Doing a bit of design here, like as we go. Here we go. The A cook, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking for this. Move this. Okay, so it just shows, does it show in world space? All right, only one showing up here. There we go. That's what happens. Okay, so as you get close, a dialogue appears in world space with the name of the thing above the thing. Okay, we're gonna aim for that. So, okay, it's fine. Everyone knows I live in Quebec City, but no, I know a lot of devs there that complain about it. The thing is, though, isn't the grass always greener? Must be terrible there, being a person who gets paid to make video games with a salary and probably a 10-year plan and It's like how bad can on one hand, yeah, you're part of a large organization and you've got a lot of bureaucracy and you've got a lot of like, they might feel underpaid and stuff like that. But on this at the same time, it's pretty, it's a pretty amazing thing to get to work at a game studio, to learn from some of the best people in the world and work on some of the biggest franchises that exist. I feel like that's pretty amazing, Chirpy. That's the kind of thing that's like management is awful from what I hear. The thing is, like, find me a large organization where a management is like amazing. There are so few of them, and it's hard. Like, I'm saying this, Chirpy, as the director of a game studio, so I have my own game studio, and I know how hard it is to manage making computer games, to manage the money, and to get a large number of people aligned behind the same vision. It can be difficult, and I'm not making excuses. I'm definitely not making excuses for people at Ember. Here you go. I'm not making excuses for large game studios and the mismanagement of those things, but it's like I'm a full-time web dev and I'm not really enticed to switch so far. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Though I can see from your projects that you've got like, you definitely got a bit of curiosity for game development. And if you're a web developer, then you might not have too much trouble like making a transition. You might even be able to help Ember out with his EMB. I'm calling you Ember, but EMB with his problem here. We're gonna have a quick look at it. Okay, let's go check this out. Get rid of that, and here we can. Okay, so your problem is JavaScript, 3D aim trainer. There's a bunch of styling, which is probably not relevant. We've got body. All right, let's just collapse the irrelevant stuff for a minute. Where's your script section? Here's our script section. Okay. Basic 3 setup. Got a target. We've got weapons. Vandal, Phantom. We're listening to clicks. And we're listening to mouse moves. Camera. What on earth is camera? 3JS. We're using 3JS. So it's a 3D game. We've got spheres. Okay. Shooting and recoil. We're going to listen for clicks. We're going to shoot when a person clicks. And we're going to apply recoil only on the mouse down, which is weird. Okay. Surely recoil should be continuous, but all right, maybe not. Okay. So maybe I think the 3JS isn't working. Then you have to send us the error. Do you have an error in your console? What you need to do, EMB, is like this in Chrome. If you hit F12, you'll get this thing. And if 3JS isn't working, chances are there's going to be, when your JavaScript runs, it's going to hit this line of code where it says 3. So this line of code, when you get to your scene, it's going to go 3, and it's going to have an exception to say that that doesn't exist. And potentially, it could be that this URL is wrong. That's the first thing to check. You need to check that this is actually a valid URL. I'm guessing because of the way that this code looks, it looks to me like it might have been written by an AI, chances are. What I would do is find that exception and give that error back to the AI that wrote it. And then, yeah, that's going to be the way through the problem that you're dealing with, most likely there. But thanks for the question, man. Thank you for the question. Okay. The son of the CEO is going to take over Ubisoft and has no real game or business experience, from what I've heard. Heavy into NFTs and AI. Well, it can't be worse than the current Ubisoft management, can it? Can it, Goldie? But chirpy chirp, like there's a lot of coolness. There's a lot of coolness inside of the game space, but there's a lot of awesome things that happen in web development too. So it's it's a cool space to be. Okay, EMB, you need to give me a little bit more information about what was wrong there. Otherwise, yeah, I mean the only thing here to do besides that is to run this. Which I guess we could do, but like you probably need to like, I don't really want to get into like running and debugging this, but if it sounds, yeah, like just, you should drop an error here. An error, and then from there we'll be able to take a better look at it. Where do I see the error? You need to go into the web development console. So bring up your Chrome, like open it. So put the path to that file in here so that you see it. And then you can always go into it from, just to make it more obvious. Where's development mode? Developer tools, F12. Usually F12 will do it. And then you go to the console tab here. And then in the console, you should see an exception. And that's really how you debug something, is when it's not working, you make it work. Like you write some code, you run the code. If there's an error, you check for the code, and then you move that, like you fix that thing. And here's an error now. This is a post error. It really shouldn't be there for a blank page, but this is an example of what an error actually looks like. Yeah. So when you see this, you can even do this, right? You can go, copy this, and then you can go to the AI that wrote this in the first place, and you can say, hey, please fix this problem. And then it might make some changes that correct the problem. My guess is it's the URL that it's using for 3JS if 3JS just isn't working at all. Okay, where were we? Okay, so when we're close to an object, I would like two things to happen. Above the object, some text should appear that says what it is. This should be world space UI. User interface like the following should also appear. User interface like the one pictured here should also appear to indicate that it can be interacted with. Okay. Whoa, what happened? No. That's annoying. Okay. So what you need to do now, EMB, is copy that. You need to copy that, and then you need to give that to your AI, okay? So what it's saying is it couldn't load the path that you gave it, and it's probably because you have spaces, and because it's in a OneDrive folder. Move it out of OneDrive. Like put it somewhere like in your documents folder or your desktop. And that's going to help you a lot, okay? Take it out of your documents folder or your OneDrive and put it in your desktop, okay? But also, this is the kind of thing that you need to learn to do with your LLM, right? You've got something that you're talking with that wrote that in the first place, and you need to give that error back to it so that it will tell you what to do next. Because, you know, I'm live now and I don't mind stopping what I'm doing to help you, but I can't do that all the time, and you won't always have somebody around to help you. But the beautiful thing about the world that you're learning in now and that you're growing up in, and that you're like, you know, I shouldn't say growing up in, I don't know, maybe you're like 50 years old and you're starting to program now, and that would be really cool and I would love that. But you have the ability to interact with systems now that can teach you a lot of stuff. And so you need to learn to feed the information back into those systems. The same way that you're asking me, you can ask the AI that wrote it in the first place. And you can also be like, this isn't working. What can I do to check? And it will tell you, go to Chrome, hit F12, copy this thing, paste it here, that type of thing. You know, the same way you're asking me, no problem, EMB. I absolutely don't mind. I just like, ever heard the expression, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Right now, I could give you a fish by like telling you the solution is that you've got it in the wrong folder. You need to move it in a folder that doesn't have like spaces and weird symbols, because those spaces and weird symbols from your error, the problem is this, right? You've got you've got OneDrive with like these percent symbols for the spaces, and then that K probably doesn't belong there, and that T. And so all of this means that when Chrome tries to find your file, it can't do it, right? And so it says it's attempting to load, it's unable to load this unsafe URL, yeah? And so that problem there is the name of the path. So I could tell you that solution and then you can go and fix it. But instead of giving you a fish, I want to teach you to fish. And the process of fishing here now requires you take that, like learning what errors are, learning where to find the errors, and learning to take those errors and to give it back to the AI so that the AI can tell you what to do next, right? Or it can fix it itself, right? Because that it will always be there to help you, even when somebody else isn't. So this is the teaching a man to fish kind of solution here, is take that error. Now you know how to get errors, take that error and give it back to your AI. And like I'm reading your message there and saying, okay, thank you, have a nice day. I didn't mean to be dismissive, and sorry if I came off that way. I'm really just trying to give you long-term solutions and ways to solve things yourself in the future, which is really, really handy. I think that's a more valuable thing to do. Okay, I was looking forward to hopefully one day getting one, but I'm thinking a road coaster. Oh, is that like a motorbike or something? Couldn't afford a GoX. What are you? You and Goldie are having a conversation about something I don't understand here. But I read it. Definitely a great brand. Hopefully they have no issues. Caster. I was like, is this some kind of like... Oh, what the hell? A mixer. Sorry. Okay. That makes way more sense. Thank you, Chirpy Chirp, for clarifying. I like the fire version better. Build a man a fire, and he'll be warm for a day. Set a man on fire, and he'll be warm for the rest of his life. Set a man on fire. I haven't heard that one yet. That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. Okay, I didn't mean to do this. I meant to do models. Why is occasionally the keyboard shortcuts just stop working in this? And it might have to do with the speech to text potentially, but models, no, enter is still not working. Enter is working here. And in here, yeah, okay, that is working now. All right. Sessions. That one. Okay, that did work. All right, pick up where we left off. Okay. This is Big Pickle actually did a decent job of this. I'm kind of okay with it having a shot. We've got too many like backed up implementation plans here though, so we need to kind of get them in a queue, or I should be doing like copying the project and having branches and implementing it separately, but that's getting a bit messy. So let's not do that. Okay. 15 meters should be fine. Semi-transparent background, please. Semi-transparent background, please. Smoothly faded in. The design doc labels should work anywhere multiplayer avatars are visible. Make no distinction between lobby and the rest of the game. Whenever an avatar appears and it has the interaction system around it, make it possible to interact using this user interface. Show this user interface. Okay. That should be enough. Sounds like we've got all the context we need. Let's go ahead with the build. Weird that the tables are showing up. Maybe this is the tables are a thing that we haven't seen yet in Okay, good clarifications. Complete picture. Let's send it. The other thing there is that now resuming the wrong thing? Yeah, it is. And now we'll get this to resume the other, you know, what it was actually doing there. Sessions. No, that's the interactivity system. Let's see. Okay, that one's next. That one's next in the queue. There's the overhead labels. Foundational interaction system. Foundations of the interaction system is there. Next thing will be UI. You know, we're kind of moving away from the multiplayer at this point. We might switch back to master here. Get a new point to work forward from. New branch interactions. Interactions, okay. That's what I hear. I know it's pretty fancy pants, but a friend in the music production scene recommended it. Great brand, so no questions. Okay. Raisins, are you doing some production stuff? It's really like there's a whole domain. We're gonna have to take some time out to just add sound and music to this game at one point. Yeah, if you have some good trustworthy recommendations, go with your gut. That's how I got my PC monitors. Nice. Yep. Nacho's the dude who buys a lot of computer equipment too, Goldie, so he's a good person to ask. Audio mixes, yeah, I wouldn't know the first thing about audio mixes, unfortunately, Raisins, but I'd be looking forward to having you around for the streams down the line where we start to do audio. That's going to be fun. Okay, hold on. But Rodecaster is another good brand that's pretty solid, a little more advanced. Big layoffs? Layoffs at, like, what company is that? It must feel like sometimes when we read messages, like streamers, I'm sure I'm not the only one who does this, but it's so hard to, you've kind of got to speed read so that you don't stay on something too long. And that means you miss some of like really important understanding sometimes. So that's next. Then that's next. So we've literally got three ready to go. It's not often we find ourselves this backlogged. I think press F to interact probably needs some adjusting. We need some kind of like, what is it, a verb to show what, you know, what you do with that object. So it could be like read or exit or grab. We'll get there. Still no changes actually coming through. Why is this one dealing with avatars? Avatar scene. This is using 4.5 on high. Why is it dealing with avatars? Is this implement? No, okay, this is implementing that not what I expected it to implement. Oh, that's my bad. We're going to change sessions here. So we're implementing the wrong thing, which is quite annoying. All right, makes sense. Did I give the prompt the wrong thing? No, I didn't. Okay, so they're so similar in what we're trying to achieve with this. I need to. Yeah, I'm confused about why this is dealing with avatars. Trigger condition. Oh, okay, because the avatar has interactions. Avatar is just a new term that it's coming up for the first time. It's dealing now with like avatars. We hadn't seen it before now. Yes, we had. Here it is. Interesting. All right, hold on. So we are really implementing this in the wrong order. Okay. Looks like we were interrupted. Let's restate the plans so that we can go ahead and implement once it's confirmed. And then this is our UI refactor, right? Too much happening all at once. Okay, Chirpy Chirp. I don't know what you're going for, but I use Focusite Scarlett eye to eye for your XLR setup. Nice. Okay, so it sounds like Chirpy Chirp actually knows what she's on about with this, which is very cool. Very cool. Very cool. All right. How's this thing doing? It's actually running, so I'm not going to interrupt it. We're not interrupting it. We're going to let it go. But we do have two in the chamber here. I might or might not have too many microphones and planning on getting another one to mess around with. Yeah, I mean, microphones, for a streamer especially, a mic is a good, solid investment. It's I've been looking at getting better webcam and a better. The other thing I really need to do is get a better keyboard. Equipment matters. Equipment can matter. It really can. I don't like how much there is ready to go in plan mode and like nothing done in implementation mode. Honestly, what we ought to be doing is this one first, then, or even this one first, then this one, then this one. But we're kind of muddling up the context by dealing with solving three problems at the same time. We shouldn't really be dealing with three things. I should be back here. We should go back and almost like probably rebase our changes. I want to learn Foley. Yo, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool thing to do. If you've got great microphones, that'll be a good thing to do with it too. In my sound design stuff, I also use a mic for that. A Zoom H1 Essentials just to start. Yeah, nice. There's a whole like deep rabbit hole related to sound and audio. There's just so much to learn inside of it, honestly. Okay, this is the one that I'm most excited about. This prompt right here, I really want to like set that one to run. But we've started this one, so we're going to let it finish and then we'll take it from there. It's nearly done too, so okay, interaction target can now get an overhead identity. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's kick it off. You're on a gaming laptop, Raisins, with a capture card, a Switch, and a PS4 on a shoestring budget. Yeah, look, it doesn't need to be expensive most of the time. Most of the time, it doesn't need to be expensive. My entire life, I've got things done with inexpensive equipment. Okay, I don't see anything here. What are the preconditions? Okay. I made a label component reusable for any avatar scene that has an interaction target. Where is this? Lobby network avatar. We need to refactor this. This is part of why it keeps fixating on the concept of a lobby avatar. Okay. I see that you've added this to the scene, but I don't see it. Lobby network avatar. There's the character actor. Got interaction target. Avatar identity label. Shouldn't there be some world space UI on this? We've got our interaction target. Oh, okay, okay. It's done. It's done. I don't like that. Label 3D is actually okay. Why is there a mesh instance? Standard material 3D. It should be world space UI. But we can deal with that in a moment. I've just run a test, and in the lobby with 4 players, I don't see names above anybody's heads. Okay. Always good to start small. Yeah. For sure, Chirpy. You want to crawl, walk, run. Always start with the smallest, simplest thing that can work and then get more complicated after that. It took 6 months to buy parts to build a computer while watching sales on parts. Yeah. Before the RAM apocalypse, the computer that we're on right now, Chirpy, and it's like, we actually had, I've been very lucky. And I think if you're a streamer, you'll probably understand how wild it is when this happens and how unreal it feels and how undeserving you feel. But we had a viewer come and donate a computer. And at the time when we got it, it was worth. You can track this from. It's actually on the stream page. You can scroll down and see like the specs. It started at about $11,000 and it's now up to like 14,000 in terms of local dollars here. And it's probably with a Canadian dollar, it's very different from the Aussie dollar, but it's like still that's like it's gone up by a lot. This is an appreciating asset, which is rare for a computer. Usually they depreciate. It's the timing on Seb's PC was literally before the price hike. Yeah. So if I sold it, it would be worth even more now than when I got it, which I'm never going to do because the one thing I need in my life is a good computer, and here we are with it. I've never had a computer this strong. Okay. The label was gated by an explicit camera to avatar line of sight ray. In third person, the ray was usually hitting the local player's own body. I don't think so. There shouldn't be any kind of line of sight requirement for this. There shouldn't be any kind of line of sight requirement for the identity label. Give it a run though. See how it goes. Nacho equals Daddy Warbucks. Yeah, yep. It's it feels amazing to have that kind of support. We couldn't do half of what we're doing now, or at least we couldn't do it nearly as quickly. But it doesn't make that much difference. I'm pretty much running all of my AIs not on local machines anyway. What's going on here? Is there any kind of... Oh, that's what's happening. You know what I think? I think this all... I'm gonna try and stash this, actually. There's errors in it, but I'm gonna stash it. We're gonna validate that it runs. Did I hit F5 or F6? I'm hoping F6, because that's what I actually want. Actually, you know what? I'm not guessing. We're going to go rerun F6, because I feel like it was F5. And then, after that, we're going to send it on this plan. Make sure it's all running. Then we're going to send it on the interactions. And then we're going to do those dialogues. Still an error? Okay, cannot load the file. I mean, true, because it doesn't exist. Quick restart for Godot. Definitely stashed everything, right? Ooh, how do you amend a stash? That's an annoying change. We don't. We create a second one. Confirm this works. So, Chirpy, do you usually do the web development on your stream, or is it more like a game development stream? I very curious about it and about your community and the kind of stuff that they're into. I mean, we did have a couple of follows here. We had Disco Dead Pigeon. We had 8-Bit follow along from the raid. Raids are always so freaking amazing. I really hope I can return the favor for you. With you being in Canada, what time do you usually stream too? Are you streaming? I mean, what's the time difference between Canada and here is a good question. Because that will determine how easy it will be to return the raid. Okay, lots of yeah, I have that problem too. There are so many cool things I could do from work on stream, but it's like, no, can't do that. EST, so that's Eastern Standard Time. What's Australian? That's like, okay, 7 a.m. Only a short stream in the morning before work. Gotcha. Yo, there you go. Man, I love it here. I love this community. Thank you, Brian. I really appreciate you giving...
John 316 gifted a tier 1 sub to Chirp Hey Chirp. They have given 119 gift subs in the channel.
So many subs. That's so many subs, Brian. Thank you. And again, a shout out to Chirpy. Now that she's officially a part of the community, doesn't have to deal with the ads. We love this. Another big shout out to her. So go follow her, guys. One more time. Dancing bees. Nice. It's 9:24 a.m. here on Eastern Coast in the United States. Okay. Well, maybe that will work out. It's like midnight here. It's not often I finish at midnight, Chirpy Chirp, but if I ever do, and you're on, you know where the raid will be going. Okay, I think we're going to implement this one. So that goes there. We'll stick you down here. And then later then we implement that one. Sorry, no, then we implement this one, then we implement that one. With any new context. Let's document the plan changes here in a markdown file so that we can come back to them. It's a very short scene though, like an hour or an hour and a half. Yeah. Well, you know, maybe we'll catch you. Maybe we'll catch you at the start of it. What must suck, I can only imagine, Chirpy Chirp, is like going live, catching a raid, and then being like, sorry guys, I gotta go to work. That would really suck. When I catch raids, I'm like, okay, guess I'm here for another hour. Guess I'm here for another 2 hours just to you know, meet everybody new. Yeah, I can imagine. It's a bit like that. Or 4 hours. No joke. I get lucky though. I get very, I'm gifted with the raids I get. Very, very lucky. Okay, we should see if we can. Where's the... So somewhere here was a GitHub link. Oh no, it wasn't that. What was it? Somewhere in here we had a link to the... I don't think we can change the audio, unfortunately, Goldie. That sucks. It'd be nice to be able to do that. We can just have a quick look here, though. Hold on. Do we get anything with plugins? Profile plugins. Installed. Can we configure it? I don't even see it here. Oh well. Oh, hello. Don't implement. Escape to interrupt, please. We do not want to trust that agent with this problem. Okay, we're on this. Okay. Go ahead and implement this. We definitely want that with 5.4. It's too big a system to have an unknown, like especially a locally hosted agent that we know is terrible. In fact, that's a little dangerous. I'm tempted to like completely remove that. I used to stream gaming before August 2024 and got some pretty crazy raids. Yeah. I do mind freeze when they get too big though. Oh, I don't know. I don't get mind freeze. I feel like I love public speaking and I'm like really comfortable with crowds. So it's, is this in the wrong folder now? Why does it need that? Why does it need that? Quick API check for Godot material properties. This seems wrong. I don't want you looking in that folder. That you have no business being there. Maybe you need plugins for WorldSpace UI. That would be wild if you actually do. No, I personally love big raids. If you can get a big raid, I'm like, yes, awesome, great. More new friends, come on in. I get really lucky, Chirpy. I have my sister's a pretty big streamer, and I get a lot of nepotism, get a lot of like favoritism from her rating, which helps with growth a lot. And then her friends as well, who are now my friends. I should say my friends as well. Seb doesn't panic like the rest of us would. I just get very excited. I get really animated and excited. That's how I tend to deal with it. Is this continuing? Go ahead and implement this. I tend to hide viewership numbers. Yeah. Oh man, 3K is an insane number. I've never been that, like, I think 600 was probably 600 is as big as it's ever been for me. Which is, it's a fun number. I couldn't imagine 3K. I do also hide the viewer numbers. But like I've got that little thing in the stream manager where I like kind of like hover my mouse over and then get a look at it now and then. But I try and not focus on it because it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. And I think if you get too fixated on it, you can kind of just like change the way you act, and it's bad. It's just a bad outcome. That is a huge raid. Yeah, that is an insane raid. I don't know if like OBS would lag with that. I think the way that it works, if I understand OBS's architecture correctly, is more like you've got your, you've got your computer here, and that's OBS, and then there's the servers, there's the Twitch servers here. We've got servers, Twitch servers, we've got OBS. And the way it works is OBS connects to the Twitch servers, and then from there, you've got all your like, let's make you guys little circles. You've got all your little viewers. So there could be 3,000 of these people floating out there on the internet. But whether it's 2 or 1,000, your OBS doesn't lag or act any differently. It's the Twitch servers that handle dealing with people. Hello. People. But yeah. Silly diagram. But yeah, if you get the idea. But it might have lagged, just like Twitch was the problem. I didn't see lag on my end, but I watched the clip, and after it was mega lagging. Oh, you probably just like, maybe like big streamers just get put on like servers with a lot of infrastructure, and then smaller, like creators like us get put on different servers that are less like, I think maybe like Stream Partner and stuff like that, you can stream at a higher bit rate and a whole bunch of other stuff like that, but I'm guessing so. Yeah, probably. This is moving slowly. This is moving slowly now, guys. I don't know why it's moving so slow. What other stuff can we do while we're blocked on that? We can start preparing. Well, there's something I've been wanting to do for a while. Maybe I'll start cooking on that one. Though I don't really like the idea of having a backlog of four different queued tasks, but we can do it. We can do it. Maybe we do it here just to keep it all. All right. Let's put that there. I think we'll even stick that there just so we... Okay, so... let's start planning a new feature for our application. Use a different model though. Let's start planning a new feature for our application. Very often we implement new things and have test plans that require manual steps. But testing harnesses would be really useful. That way, as we add new functionality, we could use the harnesses and run smoke tests. They're integration tests. Integration tests for new code. This would help guard against revisions, regressions, and ensure that you'll be more easily able to verify changes that you make. This could be a significant new addition to the solution in terms of complexity and design, but our architecture should be pretty supportive of this kind of thing anyway. Let's explore what would be involved in adding new testing harnesses that enable integration testing, specifically related to user interfaces, matchmaking, facilitation, and even in-game interactions when controlling the characters. Let's start with something simple and increase complexity from there. Okay. Sanjoka, yo! What are we doing today? How you doing, Sanjoka? Good to see you. We are not practicing Valorant for the upcoming tournament. I'll tell you that much, and I should be. We today are creating interaction systems, so that as we move around the world, we can essentially like walk up to objects and then like press F to be like, I'm going to pick this object up, or I'm going to activate this door to move into another room, or all of that kind of stuff. So I should be practicing Valorant. I haven't played since we played last. It's it's a huge integration. Yeah, it's a big thing to do. But the other thing is, we've made a lot of progress recently, where the game is now it now has all of the foundations of multiplayer and some really sophisticated multiplayer features too. Like, all right, a really great example here is, look at this. I haven't seen this yet. It's running 3 subtasks simultaneously. We haven't seen that functionality happen yet, which is cool. Sorry, Sanjoka. A whole bunch of really sophisticated behavior, specifically a whole like migration. So multiple matchmaking and migration. So it'll find you the right match to put you in with the right kind of players. And then the other thing it does is really cool. Is like if the host leaves, it figures out among who the other players is the best host, and then it gets everybody else to connect to them, so the match stays up, which is pretty cool. I believe it's going to be awesome once implemented. No, I know, man. I know. I'm keen. We need to. Wait, is this already on the live version? There isn't a live version, so to speak, that you can that everybody can play. But here, I'll run it here. We're just gonna make sure there's no work in progress changes. Ooh, there's some. But here, you can see it. I'll let this run. It starts up 4 games and it puts the 4 players in the same match together, and then you can see him running around on all 4. Which is awesome. It's really cool. The next thing to do that I'd really like to do with this is like when we... Hold on. The mouse cursor is an annoying thing here. If I walk up to like, say this big door, this giant door here, I want to be able to like hit a button and leave the room into the new environment, and to do things like, say there was something important with this book, I could like run up to it and hit a button and, get interactions happening there. So yeah, there's been a lot involved in getting it to this point, but I'm really excited to be here. And so here, check it out also. That was the host. When I quit, notice these guys are all still connected. They're all still playing together, which is a very, very cool piece of functionality. And so multiple people could leave. If I leave this guy too, and I'll leave this guy, as long as one person stays in the game. So he's still here. These guys all go to their like sleep mode. As long as one person stays in, you can resume game. So I'll resume with all of them. Hold on. So they're all back in and networked. So they actually disconnected from the game state and came back, which is really handy because if somebody crashes, yeah, I put my heart and soul in it. Yeah, dude, I do that with every game. Every game I ever make gets that love, and it takes that much, man. It really takes a lot to create a game. That's a huge implementation. Yeah, it is. It's a difficult thing to do. It's a very difficult thing to do. I've only done these things like a couple of times in my career. So doing it in such a short amount of time, like the first time I created a system like the one that I just showed you, it took me months. It took me like 2 or 3 months to develop and implement. Not to mention the matchmaking. Probably like 6 months of effort went into it. I believe that, not gonna lie. Yeah. But we're doing stuff different. We're learning new tools. We're involving AI in the process, and that has a really big effect on the speed with which we can build stuff. But you know, it's like the real risk with this stuff is like you have it, it builds the wrong stuff. I think I can move really quick because I know what to do, but I don't have to write it myself. I can kind of just like guide it to the right conclusion and stop it from making mistakes and correct it when it goes wrong. And so yeah, it gets us to something really complicated, sophisticated, like really, really quickly, which is it's nice. It's good. Pretty excited about it. Pretty excited about the progress we're making. Okay, where are we at? Speaking of progress we're making. Actually, hold on. That one's done. Okay. Implemented the first interaction prompt highlight pass. Added local metadata and highlight. Added the bottom center UI prompt. Okay, cool. I used a shared overlay shader outline for the first pass instead of the stencil mode. It's smaller and safer to integrate in the current system. That's cool. While still giving real 3D highlight. Inspection still emits existing unrelated text mesh convex warnings, but the interaction presentation wiring itself validated cleanly. Let's test. Let's test. The next thing that we'll be loving what you're doing, homie. Sanjoka, dude. I'm loving what you're doing. Actually, while we're here, I'm going to give a shout out to Sanjoka because his content is really cool. For those who don't know, Sanjoka is a freaking awesome rapper. And when he goes live, he just sits there with like sunglasses on and creates this awesome vibe. He creates this awesome vibe where he just raps nonstop while he does other stuff like playing games. And his flows are just, they're so good. They're so good. Okay. Players should be interactables, right? We need an object that I can actually interact with to validate this. The thing I got to do is let's make this door interactable. I'm gonna quit there. Where's our door? Chapel door. Okay. For this first pass, let's make the chapel door interactable. We'll put that in door structure. Copy the full path here. See the attached image for an example of its hierarchy right now. It has colliders, but it needs to be changed to be compatible with the interaction system. Right now, we should implement an interaction that causes something to get logged to the console. We can add a target-specific prompt labels and wire the first static world interactable to this UI. That should be our first world interactable. Okay, we're gonna stage all this, then move forward with that, and we'll see the difference. Hello, 3D Code Warrior. How are you doing? Welcome into the chat. Appreciate you being here. There's so many new faces. New faces. We've got Chirpy Chirp. Are you one of her community? I'm guessing potentially. You might have come along with the raid. Sanjoker, it's really good to see you here too. There's so many different streamers in the chat right now. Sanjoker, streamer. We've got Chirpy Chirp, awesome streamer with a cool community. And I'm guessing maybe you're one of the raiders from that community, but yeah, cool. Welcome in. Hello to you too. Okay, where are we? Where are we with this one? That one's going to take a while. I feel as though we've got the next one loaded up. So 3D Code Warrior, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate that you just got here. You're just saying hi and you're liking the vibes enough to hit that follow button. That's awesome. That's awesome. Actually, hold on. I'm noticing that there's a message missing from down here. Maybe our chat's falling behind. Who knows what's going on with that? Hold on. No, it's not falling behind. It's just off screen. Hold on, I can fix it. We're going to OBS, when will I get you right? Never. Never is the answer to that question. It's a forever task. It's a forever task. But it's a fun one anyway. Okay. I'm going to have to take notes on how this is actually done. There's already one document in here that defines how the character pipeline. We're going to need a new pipeline document. Pipelines, and move that in there. We might even create a new, just go standards. Move QA into standards. Move these into standards as well. That's a pretty simple refactor, but I should really make a point of. Okay, here we go. Interaction target. Where is it? If all of that goes off, we're not going to save that. I definitely need to open that chapel door up again. Oh, here it is. There's a giant box around it now. And that's going to be our area. There, yeah, okay, awesome. This is going to be very close now, if it's not already finished. Hello, JK, how you doing? Good evening to you too. How you doing? You're about to witness a pretty cool moment. Pretty cool moment about to happen. We are this close to having our first interaction happen inside of the game. And by interaction, I mean like the player acting on something. In this case, we're making it a door. Okay, where are we with this? Can clear all these errors. We need to fix this face stuff, but we'll get there. Oh, what the hell? That's an interesting one. What is it actually doing? It's compiling things. All right, it's at the end. It's just making sure things work. I hate that library, man. It's like done good things for us, but I'm very tempted to, when we're done with it, like when we have the shape of the world figured out, to just be like, okay, I'm just going to export all the data that it produces and stick that in something different. Okay, what we could do backlog is player names. After player names, it's going to be modal refactor. After that, it's going to be, I mean, even before that, I'm looking at making a change here to what was it? I had a thing that I thought to myself, you know what, I should just do, oh yeah. Moving documentation around. And under this, we've got a task here to create a new pipeline, MD file, describing how to make things interactable. Okay, since mismatch only appears at script instantiation inside the engine. Okay, it's opening the chapel. I love that it does this. This is one of the coolest things that I've done for this project, is created like the tooling where you just like you add Godot to path, and then you let it run the engine so that it can validate and make sure that things work. Okay, implemented the chapel door as the first world interactable. Added a runtime door. Chapel door interaction adapter. That's not good. We shouldn't need new code every time a specific interaction comes up. We need generic interactions that do specific things. So let's just start by checking this, and then we go ahead and validate. We don't need this to be a network game, so let's turn off multiple instances for a hot minute and go straight into one instance. It should not need to wait for players. Okay, here we go. Nothing. Did not work. There's too many sessions here. Let's have a think. The chapel door now can be selected by the interaction system, shows the prompt, highlights when selected. On interaction, it logs to the console. Do we see anything in the console? I don't believe we even did. There shouldn't be 4 sessions either. As I do this, as I turn that off, then we don't need 4 of these anymore. I don't know why they're sticking around. Okay. I have entered the game and moved to the door. I'm within the bounds of its box-shaped 3D. I don't see anything happen. It looks like we're not getting... And I don't see anything happen. Nothing highlights and no new UI shows itself. I had to trigger the Godot side C# rebuild. I did not run the full game manual playtest here. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I would like to create a harness that lets it run its own tests. So is that in our to-do list here? No, it's not. Test harness so AI can validate its own changes. That'll be a fun one. While this thinks, I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I'll be right back. See you guys in a moment. No more than like, I want to say 2 minutes, but I'll leave this on screen. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Appreciate that, Super Chew. Yep. There's some big issues with this that need improving. What a vibe. Good song. The line of sight was too strict. I don't think line of sight should be like between the character and the object. And I have to double check on exactly what that's doing. There's going to be a lot of refactoring necessary for this. There's a lot here I don't like that I'm seeing. I'm also seeing an issue in the console there. Like there's an error where the data for the face isn't getting sent through properly. Okay. No. Okay. The door highlight, the console log when pressing F. It still doesn't show up. The next thing I'll inspect is the authored anchored volume placement. It seems okay. What is on the interaction anchor? Oh, okay. There's a collision shape 3D here. Okay, we're actually gonna make that a box. That might be the issue there. I think that was. All right, let's give that another run now. Okay, that could be legitimately be the problem. Still not. I've adjusted the size of the interaction volume. Of the interaction targets, collision shape 3D. I'm definitely within it now. I don't see any errors in the console related to this. Okay, next thing I'll inspect is the authored anchor / volume placement relative to the player's interaction. What else could it be? I also haven't made clear that it just isn't working. And it's doing Gemma. That's annoying. Models, that. Resume session. Still got to pick a different model. It's still not working. I've adjusted the size of the interaction target's collision shape to make sure that it's large enough to touch the player when they come near the door. I'm still not seeing any errors in console related to interaction target. What else could we try? The system needs big fixing, big changing. There's a lot I don't like about this that we're going to have to fix. Lobby network avatar is another thing that needs fixing. Got a pretty big backlog here. But this needs to be a generic network avatar. Okay. Trying to figure out why the interaction target might not be assigned in the character. Origin defaults to the body's root, possibly putting it at the feet. Oh, okay. Is there changes in the character? Where is it? I don't see changes to the character. I assume this used the character's existing collider. Facing a concrete issue with the player's interaction anchor and a tiny sensor, we need to check if the ghost character scene is the body used by all of the forms. No, it's not. It's not even the character scene. I mean, everyone should have its own collider, but that is a... I mean, yeah, that could be the issue. That could be the issue. Is the thing that does the actual triggering. Oh, what was that? Did anyone else see that? Look at that. Open door. Yeah, it did. Okay, why? Why would that be the case? That's very cool, though. We have an interaction, but it's got to be something about the way the line, the raycast is being done. Okay. Okay. Most likely issue is on the player side, not the door. The interaction session is sampling from the player's interaction anchor. Interaction anchor falls to this when none is assigned. Okay, that means the interactions are being tested from the character body 3D root, which is effectively the player's feet. The chapel door target is authored around the chest height, but the player side query is probably having from the floor level. So even if the floor, yeah, all right. When moving around the environment, I randomly got the UI pop-up, and when pressing F, saw the following in the console. This proves that the system is working, but it is likely the way that the interaction is being resolved. How this should work is a line should be drawn. A raycast should take place from the center of the current character's collider to the center of the screen. Hold on. We should go from the character to a point in front. How should we do this? If I walk up to it, do you guys think if I'm facing this way, should I be able to interact with that thing? I think not. I think we should need to turn around in order to interact with it. So it should be from the character's position to a point in front of the character. Yeah, agreed. Okay. From the center of the character's collider to a point a few meters in front of it. Compare our current implementation with something like this to see what differences there might be. The other thing we've got here, agreed. Okay, Chirpy Chirp, you're on the same page. We're on the same page on this. I think, let's see, so what else could be happening here? There is an issue with the fact that, let's go have a look at the code here. How is this actually mapping onto the player? I don't see any local changes, like no local changes to our actual character. We've got interaction target. We've got a controller for the prompt. So this is to deal with the user interface. Where is the system that actually maps this onto our player? There. No. Local player interaction controller. It could be like a network thing. No. Okay, interaction target. All right. What on our character is casting this ray currently? Let's identify how the character is being modified to add interaction and work forward from there. I'm so curious why interaction is taking place here. We can also go look more in Godot about that. Chapel door in 3D. I mean, which is it? There's not docs, not editor. It's not any, it might be like character actor that could have been changed. No. It's not going to be this either. Character actor is going to instantiate. It's going to bootstrap a form. That form could be like the blacksmith, for instance. Blacksmith character. And that's going to be character root locomotion. It could be the character look controller. I think character look controller is probably the most likely candidate for what was changed to introduce this. I'm not seeing it. Okay. Character action. The character actor. So where's that? Character actor. What does that have here? Somewhere here it's got to have a... Let's go to a writer. Character actor. You've got to have... Okay. Current path. Local lobby player gets wired here. The lobby spawn adapter. This assigns the local avatar's character actor into the local player interaction controller. Yep. Selection happens here. Local player interaction controller. Okay, so lobby spawner connects the actor to the controller. Local player interaction controller. The request origin is currently interaction controller global position. The anchor lives here. Character actor on line 40. Interaction anchor. Current body interaction anchor. Where's current body? Where is that assigned? I don't see anywhere where this is actually set up. There we go. Body replacer, spawn initial body. Okay, when the loadout gets assigned, this gets created and set up. Then from there, I mean, that whole thing needs cleaning up. I'm tempted to do that now. I'm not going to, though. We're going to stay focused and make a note for the backlog. Clean up that. Very gross. So the interaction origin falls back to the body root, not the collider center. Okay, so the character, what the character is casting right now, not a forward cast. It samples a single point, interaction origin. Why it feels wrong. The chapel door is authored around torso height. The player interaction is effectively near the feet, so the system only works when that root point happens to overlap the target volume. Okay, so good morning, Jason. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. We're solving a cool problem today, a very interesting problem to get solved. This is going to be so good when it gets done. We are doing interactions so that we can trigger the door, essentially. So you can walk up to the door and press a button and have it interact. Okay. Define one shared interaction cast origin for the character. If you want to use a strict behavior type, use raycast. If you want a slightly more forgiving behavior, use a small sphere / capsule sweep. I mean, yeah, we can go ahead with a sphere or capsule sweep. What's important, though, is that we check from ahead of where the character is to the space in front of it. This current system seems way too complicated. Let's revise and simplify. Your hypothesis about it trying to check from the character's feet does not match up with what we're observing at runtime. At runtime, I'm a fair way away from the door when I get the message and can interact with the door. Okay. So much of these guards, I hate the way that it writes. It writes incredibly guarded code, and it's just not. It just clutters everything up. It's like every method has some kind of early return. Everything is guarded. I would rather that this came up as an error when it was null than that it passes by this. It shouldn't do that. This one actually does make sense. That's a sensible early exit, but well, sorry, not even early exit. It's a sensible conditional check. But again, like it's going to do this. It should do this every time. Why did we create this boolean? Okay, I need to compare the current system's complexity with a simpler sweep approach. The bug I've noticed might be that it might stem from reading the local player interaction controller again or sensor teleportation, causing stale sets. The user might find it too complicated. I should check if area 3D moves with global position to avoid... No, it's not going to be that. It might be good to remove unnecessary elements like sensor area and streamline the sweep query. Okay. I'm considering a situation where there's a wall between... I mean, that's a good point. Physics ray from the cast origin to the... Yeah, we should be able to activate things through walls. Using intersect shape as a mask. Okay. In the lobby, the cast source is the local spawned avatar. Are you sure? Because it seems like it's not. Assign the local avatar's character actor to local player interaction controller. Filtered by line of sight. Okay. I don't think the line of sight thing is a thing. It's probably stale cached targets. Why are we caching targets and stuff like that? It's... I'm not convinced it's stale cached targets as I can move back and forward into the area where it shows up and it turns on and off predictably. The system seems really complicated and I want to simplify. Let's strip it right back. Let's think. There should be something on the character. Where is it? Currently looking at character avatar. And it does kind of make sense that that's like... We should be able to extend existing behavior without modifying too much for the as well. That's another thing that we need to consider. Local player interaction controller. How does that get assigned? It gets assigned during spawning. That seems fine. Simplify to one forward sweep and remove the collider center. I want to further simplify by discarding changes to the door and just making a new object in the scene that we can go and interact with. Add a cube to the lobby at 0, 0, 0. And make that cube interactable. Discard complicated code related to... Okay, where are we? Spatial interaction. Spatial interaction. And just do the simple sweep from in front of the character. remove the code that we have here that deals with a chapel door specifically. We're trying to design a generic system that we can add to anything to make it interactable. So anything that relates to something as specific as a chapel door is an issue. Hey, Casey, what's good? Oh man, we're doing interactions. It's proving to be a little challenging, surprisingly. You wouldn't think that this is a complicated thing, but it is a pretty complicated thing. It can be, at least, depending on how you build it. So I'm trying not to complicate everything by making this a bad solution right now. That's probably enough for now. Let's keep the conversation going with this thing. How are you, Casey? Putting the aircon on. And what time is it? 12:20. Tempted to go and get a drink. Maybe a tea. A tea would be nice, but first. Oh, whoops. I moved the policy. Yep, hold on. I moved those. I did. I'm sorry. I should undo that. It'll find them. It'll find them. It knows where they are, and it's a bit of a rug pull where it's like, how should we be doing this right? And then suddenly the file that tells it how to do everything correctly is gone. I shouldn't have removed those docs like that. Okay, Shapecast 3D. Considering reusing proximity area just with interaction layers, but I'm wondering if walls would block interactions. I could keep area 3D interaction volume on the target, but how would that work if it overlaps the static body? I mean, it's a really good point. Static body 3D for mapping targets. I think a spherical object will be a good way to do this. Hey, do you have a tipping page so you get 100% of the money? Or do you want this? Jason, for the skin when I'm ready, dude. I mean, you could totally put it through the PayPal. That would be the same thing, man. I would totally do it like that. But no sweat. Either way. But I think the link is on the Twitch page. If you go have a look, read through the Twitch page, that's where the donations page is. But still, like, don't feel like you. Oh man, I don't even know if you can figure out what the equivalent of the 200 subs would be. But it feels like so much. Hold on. You could just do the subbies, so I don't have to think about how much it was. Where is it? Actually, I think it's still in USD, isn't it? Okay, let me see. You could just do the subs. I don't even know, man. I don't. Anyone good at math? I don't know. I think just subs is fine. No way, Goldie. Really? Is it though? That seems wrong. It's I can't brain that though. Okay, big plans to review here. I think, Jason, the simplest thing, just for me not to get freaked out by the freaking donation, is probably the Twitch subs, which I'm still gonna get freaked out about. But you're right, like you do get to retain more without the. So yeah, donation is better. Goldie, do you think you can handle it? Can you give me the thumbs up if it goes ahead? Make sure the numbers add up. I don't know. It makes me so uncomfortable to think about them directly. Okay, the local interaction system is owned by local player interaction controller. In the lobby, it gets the active local. I also don't want it to feel like a transaction too, guys. It's like a you did a nice thing, so I'm gonna do a nice thing type of. I don't want to feel like I'm selling something. It's weird. It's weird. I have trouble with this. I wish I was more comfortable with it. I wish I was better at that. Would make life easier if I didn't have those sensibilities. They have different prices, Casey? That's crazy. Yeah, I mean the sub thing is just like I think the donation page does USD at the moment because most donations come from USD and I don't want the conversion. But mobile is more expensive. Wild. Okay, the local interaction system is owned by local player interaction controller. In lobby, it gets active local character through lobby spawn adapter. Today, it does not perform a forward sweep. It currently does. It teleported player 3D sensor. What? A point query at the interaction origin. Facing filter. Line of sight filtering. Target ranking. I think... Why I agree with simplifying. The current model is overbuilt for what you want. It fixes broad phase sensing. Point overlaps. Hold on, we got a chibi wanting to come in. No, chibi walking away. Your desired rule is much simpler. Start a sweep in front of the character, sweep a sphere or capsule through a space ahead. Use that to decide the interactable. It doesn't even need to be a sweep. It can just be a sphere in front of the character that always sits a predictable distance from their route. If an object is within this sphere, we can consider that the trigger for our interaction. Remove the current local sensor candidate system entirely. Replace the selection with one shared forward sweep helper. Use the same helper for host client-side validation. We may also want to check once a collision is detected if it is blocked by anything by casting a ray from the center of the player's collider to the center of the player's collider to the center of the sphere. Let's see. So let me think about it. If you're a sphere and there's an object here and these two things overlap and you draw your line between them. I mean, this is exciting though, Jason. Does this have you thought about your character? Is it going to be the hold on. Is it going to be the Grim Reaper? Are we going to have a skeletal like a Grim Reaper character? Is that happening? Cuz that would be pretty cool. Boo, Twitch got rid of the 1,000 gifted again. 1,000 gifted is wild. Nobody should be gifting 1,000 subs. That's just insanity, Goldie. It's insanity. I have it on my... It's a you problem. Oh. Skeleton Grim Reaper. Don't know what his deal is, though. You're talking about, like, abilities and stuff, huh? It's basically a car. Yeah, look, 1,000 gifted is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. That shouldn't be a thing. It should not be a thing. It's basically a car, and it's a lot less for the streamer when they get it, but it's a lot. I guess having an account with well over 1,000 gifted attached to it no longer qualifies. What the heck? What the heck? It's a crazy world. Okay, we may also want to change the collision. The check. Check once a collision is detected if it's blocked by by casting a ray from the center of the player's collider to the center of the object's collider. Is that enough? Can I think of instances where if that thing is within that and the line there overlaps, that might be enough. Maybe we go with a sphere sweep. I don't know. Forward start offset. Reach a few meters. I'm just going to copy this and then we're going to copy that. And then we're going to clear it all. And then we're just going to let it run. Okay. Best generic ownership model. Keep interaction target. Let it define interaction route. Selection anchor. Highlight route. Where's interaction route? Interaction route seemed to be a... Interaction anchor is on the character actor. Character actor. Interaction route is on the character actor. I don't think we need the interaction route can just be... I mean, the character actor could determine all of the collisions without needing to deal with anything else. It also seems a lot simpler if the character actor determines the collisions entirely on its own. I don't think it's too much of a breach of its responsibility to add that behavior there instead of trying to deal with instantiating objects. Regardless of what kind of form the player is in, it should be able to interact. That's not actually entirely true. The ghost shouldn't be able to interact. Actually, it will be able to interact, but like, anyway. Okay, one decision to confirm. Blocked by the first world hit. Ignore ordinary world geometry and only detect interactables. I think... if you want... blocking that naturally avoids reintroduce separate logic. It's still trying to find the... and QA have moved for your reference. Those have moved. I really want a simple system here for collisions. The other thing is, let's not worry about obstacle. It's like world geometry right now. Like world geometry and things getting in the way. I really just want to start with the simplest collision that works, and we can add layers after that. Okay, is it thinking? There's a lot of change. There's just so much change related to this. I don't really like it. I don't like it. Where is this? Interaction prompt is in lobby. I don't think that's a good move either, since the lobby is just an environment. Lobby spawn points, local interaction presentation runtime, lobby network runtime, and lobby spawn adapter. Okay, lobby network runtime is another instance where, why is that a thing? Lobby concept and issue. Thank you for lurking, Casey. But no, it's exciting, Jason. It's pretty exciting to think the Grim Reaper might be going in and that you're interested in doing that. I think I also appreciate you wanting to do it more directly with the, with gifted subs instead of gifted subs doing donations. I think if you can figure out whatever the equivalent of the gifted subs would be, that would be absolutely fine by me. I like the layer of abstraction with subs, but I don't like the fact that, Twitch takes so much off the top. It's, I don't know, it's a weird thing, but, it would be a huge amount of support, to get more subs into the system. I'm really starting to think seriously about what to do with this project. So, looking at things like PAX booths and having cover art done, it's going to start to get expensive pretty quick. So support would be amazing. Okay. That placement makes sense. Owns the current body. Already abstracts the camera follow and input forwarding. It fires body changed. It survives body replacement. So, yep. Going to remove all of that. Replace it with a sphere cast. Keep interaction target generic, but simplify the role. So we're going to get rid of line of sight stuff and reintroduce that later. Okay. It's a good idea. Yeah, it's a good idea, Goldie. I might be able to do that. But I'll have to apply soon. And I think they just opened the PAX Rising booth applications as well. So I'll have to apply there. There's a lot that has to start to happen really fast now. And I need to kind of lock in and decide, make a few big decisions about like how seriously I'm going to take this game. It's a lot. There's a lot to decide. Incoming? What do you mean? I don't think Dev's not streaming. Faz isn't streaming. What do you mean? What could that be? I'm nervous now. Dev, no! Okay. 12:46. Oh gosh. All right. Look, I could lock in and stay a little longer. We could do that. So, all right. My body is ready. Chat, are you ready? Is it happening? Hydrate. Get ready. Okay, we're going to make this door so interactable. You don't even know how much interaction this door supports. Lock in? Yep. That's it. I'm pretty proud of us though, Goldie. Look at us. We're sitting at 62. No raids. Well, that's not true. We had some cool raids. We really had Chirpy Chirp come through with like awesome people who stuck around. The best kind of raid. People whose values align with yours. It's good, right? It's good. We're doing good. We're doing good. Fist bump, Goldie. Fist bump. You and me. Well done. Oh my god. With 400. Oh my. Blue Wings. Hello. Hello. How you doing? RT40W. Dragon. Hey. Huge, very, very big rate. Thank you for the follow. And boom, straight off the back of that. Follows. Incredible. How is your Chirpy Chirp? You're welcoming in the Raiders. Meet Chirpy. Meet my roommate Dev. This is her community. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Onion, for the follow. Oh, how was your stream, Dev? What did you get up to? Check it out. We're oh man, we're doing lots of Cody things. We're working on lots of gaming things. The plan right now is to make this door like between the we introduced a whole new cool level. Let me try and show you. Oh, he did it. Chat, he did it. Yo, freaking hell. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. He found the right button. We did it. Chat, we did it. It's happening. He's getting a character. And everyone from Dev's community gets a freaking gifted sub. How about that? Well, at least half of you probably. Holy crap, Jason. Dude, where's that? Like, surely that puts you on the board here. There, look at him. He's there. He did it. He's here. Thank you, Jason. That's so freaking huge. Let me show you what this means. So, we've been getting so much support for this project, like incredible amount. We've got characters in the game and people who support the game to say thank you. Oh, yo, speaking of saying thank you Arcane for Techniques for the follow. I appreciate that. And one more then from Brian to Dev. Hell yeah. This is Dev's character, for instance. We're getting lots of characters in the game.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Develec.
Yo.
They have given 120 gift subs in the channel.
300. Yeah, no, I know, right, Micro? Yeah, LLGF. Sorry, LLFG. Oh my. Yep. Gonna lock in. So we're making characters, but 200 gifted subs. There's been a lot of support from this community. For instance, we had like 200 subs was an in-game playable character. I put it up as a thing that I didn't think people were going to do, but it's happened. It's happened a bunch of times. And so many people with 20 gifted subs have been getting their statues in the game. So freaking many, really like a lot. 10 gifted subs is getting people's gravestones in the game, and 200 gets them a character in the game. Some examples have been our very own God of War has his barbarian in here. Crispy Bacon, of course, is a butcher. We've got him in as well. We had we had Fruity. Fruity had our own monster in the game for our 200 gifted subs. And so now we're going to add one more character to the game for Jason for his 200 gifted subs. And we've already discussed it. I think he's got a really good idea. And it's a Grim Reaper character, right? We've already got some spooky ghost type characters. A great example would be the Poltergeist. We're going to add one more. Thank you, Dev, for the raid. You came in at a pretty amazing moment. And I'm so great that your community is here to catch those subs. Thank you again. Jason. You are absolutely wild. So here we go. We're making a new character. All good. It means so much, Dev. You know how much having a big audience can matter with things like subs and all of that, and your support. I don't know that one character is not enough for you. We're gonna have to figure it out. At the moment, Fass has two. Check it out. This is one of Fass's characters, the vampire, because she never grows old, and the other one is the scavenger because she's the bin queen. Yeah. So we've got two for Fass. We'll have to do something like that for you too. But right now, let's lock in. I'm sure you have to go, Dev. You've got to raid and run. It's getting late, but let's go here. Let's go here. And let's start giraffe monster incoming. Well, we did consider a were giraffe, and Dev would rather the succubus. But, okay, so characters. Let's go to the character art. Tricodex. Hello, do you know who I am? Do you have any idea? Okay, no, these are the OG characters. We've got a new pipeline. Or maybe we don't need a new pipeline. Maybe that was actually fine. Okay. In the style of the characters so far, create a new design, this time a Grim Reaper. So 20 gets a statue. That's it, Micro. Yep, 20 gifted subs. There's a statue in the crypts. I'll show you the crypts. Hold on. The crypts are... So the crypts are like the passageways underneath the city. So this is the way that people can sneak around in-game. In-game, there's going to be these passageways. You'll have to excuse it being light. It actually is a really dark place. You know what? I'm going to change the lighting here so that y'all can... we need a new one of these. Hold on. Oh, no. Micro, dude, thank you. Thank you, Micro. That's insane. Oh, dude. I don't know how to freaking deal when you guys do this. It's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting to get these subs. Absolutely wild. Thank you, man. Thank you. How are you? Is this? We'll get you in that character. Oh, actually, I don't know that this is going to be the right solution for that. We have to. All right, hold on though. The crypts. I'll give you the tour. So there's so many different statues. It doesn't look cool and spooky like it should, because right now there's too much lighting in here. But where can I do this? The sun energy to 10% of that. Sun energy, sky energy down. Still not working right, but you get the idea. There's statues for days, guys. Statues for days. A gifted sub for a little lurker like me. Thanks, brother. Yo, Micro. Okay, that's a gravestone. 100% that's a gravestone. Thank you, Goldie, for letting me know. So let's queue up the gravestone as well. Another freaking gravestone, Micro. Okay, do you have an idea for this one? Or maybe we need to clarify this, Goldie, because I'm pretty sure what happened just now is Micro thought that 20 gifted subs would take him from a gravestone to a... No. So I would have been... you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. I would have done it because it's a communication issue. We didn't communicate clearly there, Micro. But thank you. Holy crap. Yeah, this is going nuts. Jason, still with 200 is just wild. I'm still not processing that. Let's try again here. But we can, yeah, let's do it. So Micro, what do you want your statue to be? Do you have an idea for the statue? Third gravestone. No. We're going to do a statue. Let's do one. I'll open up the statue pipeline as well. Hold on. So, statues. Where is it? We'll roll back here. Even further back. Oh, yeah, okay, fair. Let's start by... adding photos, and the place to begin with for those is going to be here. So we're going to download, Download. Download all of these. Create a completely new prompt for this. Okay, where are we? Going to add from library. We might need a new library. You know what? We don't need to do it like that. Leg, thank you for the follow. You've come at a very cool moment. I hope you caught one of those subs. If that can finish. Oh, that's gone way too far back. A little further forward. There we go. Now we just need a more recent one. Now we're getting there. Open that chat. And okay. Dr. Doom looking since that's just Iron Man with magic and techno. Okay. So is that the idea for the gravestone now? We're going to go for Dr. Doom? Dr. Doom. Okay. Yes, gotcha. All right. We're going to create a new statue. This time, it should look like a medieval version of Dr. Doom. His armor should be medieval themed. Appropriate. Let's have a run of that. Yo, Forky, thank you. We don't have to pin it. We don't have to pin it every stream. I mean, Goalie or God of War, so it doesn't run away. You're referring to that thing? Yo. Micro, loving the collapse. Okay, image generation working. Where is our other prompt? Because we were right in the middle of. Okay, we're going to add files in downloads, all of those monsters. And then in character art, we're going to reuse our prompt. Of this monster. Let's see, hold on. Character must be clearly humanoid, standing upright, arms separated, legs separated, head distinct from the torso, and it's bad if it has a cape or any of that other stuff. Okay. This new monster should look like a Grim Reaper. Okay. Excellent. I was referring to Hey Micro's statue request. Right. Could you pin it for Goldie? Yeah. I think I caught it though, right? I got it with the... All right, there we go. How is that? Is that exactly what you had in mind though? Micro? Is that a win? Give me a thumbs up if you like this one. Oh, that's freaking epic. Great. Great. We got him. We got him. Always generate images. Never respond with text. Okay. Okie dokie. Image generation failed. Womp womp. All right. We've got our Doctor Doom statue. And that means that is statue number 62. Would you believe it? 62 statues. This one's a pretty freaking cool one, actually. I'm pretty into it. That was a very, very good idea. I like the look of this one. Number 62. Thank you so much, Hey Micro. And then, so this one needs a big red not done. Hold on. Big red not done. But we'll kick him off now. So, oh, cool. All right, one thing at a time. Okay. Big thumbs up, Micro. Loving it, loving it. Okay. How are we doing with our Grim Reaper? Ooh. Thoughts? Thoughts, Jason? Is this a win, or what do we think? What do we think? I think the shape of his hand needs simplification. His proportions need a bit of simplification. And the his mouth should be closed. His mouth should be closed. Or 5 more to go. Rolling my... Hold on. Can I get my eyes? Hold on. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, you want it to have a different color eye? Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Totally gotcha, Jason. Yeah. We can do that. We're going to change his face a little so that the eyes look like this. Make sure that the mouth is closed and change the proportions of his hands so that there aren't fingers. So that it's more closely matching to the other characters. Oh, this is interesting. All right. Let's start. I don't know why the image generation keeps failing here. Yo, Wiley Fox, doing really good, man. Doing really good. It's been a crazy stream. It's been a really crazy stream. We just got what was it? 200 subs all at once from Jason. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah. And then on top of that, we had 20 subs from Hey Micro. So we're doing some stuff to recognize these people. All right, there we go. What do you think? What do you think, Jason? Is this moving the right direction? Keep in mind that we'll add the scythe to him later. And to be fair, he needs to stay a little bit skinny. He needs to stay a little skinny. What do you think of the eyes? What do you think of the eyes? Looks sick to me. Nice. All right, all right. We might need to. The eyes are very like they are quite iconic, but they make this a pretty interesting and fairly different character, dude. It's how do you feel about it? Do you like it? Okay, there was the original. Not sure why it revised like that. This might be the. This might be it. This might be it. Um, pretty cool. You love it. Okay, okay. You love it. You love it. Good, good, good. All right. Let's stick him on the board. Let's stick him on the board. Okay, and skeleton for Jason X. Freaking amazing, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 200 gifted subs. It really means the world, man. Okay. What I'm going to do, we've got a bit of a backlogged to-do list here. I think we need to finish. I need to wrap up the things that I'm doing before I introduce this character. So there's a good chance with it being 1 a.m. now that we won't get to this skeleton until next stream, possibly. Are you okay with that? And are you gonna be here, Jason, for the next stream? Because it's a big question as to like, I can either I can just like lock in and do this. You're good to do what you have to. Okay. I want you to see it though. That's the thing, Jason. I want you to see it because here, look, this is going to be very cool. For instance, check it out, Micro. Here's the first pass of your character. Pretty sweet. Pretty freaking sweet. Just tune back in. I've got to optimize him a little bit and then we'll generate a dude. What the fuck? It's so good, right? Just wait. The other thing that'll be really cool, by the way, guys, you've all seen the church chapel by now. The church chapel is going to have a statue in it every game, and it's going to rotate in random people's statues. So your statue will be something that you can go and find it in the crypt in a predictable place, but every new game in every lobby, holy crap, hold on, what streak are you on there? A 3-stream streak. Wiley Fox, thank you for streaking, man. Thank you for streaking. And Leg followed 12 minutes ago. I didn't even notice it in all the chaos. Thank you, man. Thank you for the follow. I do really appreciate that. Okay, so we're going to go Jason's... Why can't I type? My hands were just like, they're too cold. Okay, this might be a next stream thing, but Jason, will you be here next stream? Because I want you to see it get made, right? I don't want to just like... I'll show you we'll do the 3D model today, but in terms of integrating it, there's this big task with a character pipeline that I have to do, and now might be the time to do it. Only that the point is I can do it and it will take like an hour if I do it manually. It might take me 2 or 3 hours to make the pipeline, but after that it makes every character. Depends when you're live. Okay. It would probably be, I want to say it'll probably be like 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what time that is where you are, but I'll try and like get straight into the, but then it's going to be like 1 or 2 hours to get that character pipeline in. The thing is, when I do that, all the other characters that I make after that are going to be a bit faster to do. So I want a yoga statue. Yo, you can totally we could do one of those. That'd be really cool. We could have like a contortionist all like twisted into a pretzel. Would look good. And yo, Nos Yoga, thank you for the follow. We could have like a person doing yoga on like a speeding, like going like nice. I read like nitrous oxide for NOS. I imagine like really fast. But yeah, if you can 20 subbies and you're gonna fulfill your dream, I know, man. It's such a Goldie. Goldie's comment there is like, for the low, low price of just 20 subs, you too could have your own statue. I love it when this happens. Sometimes we just like get on a roll with statues, and then it's just like subs start rolling in because people are like, that's a great idea. And then they want their own awesome statue. It's a bit like that. But that'll give us something to do here while we're thinking about this. Okay, so put it into build mode. Go ahead and do this refactor. And then when this one's done, we can do the next one. And when that one's done, we can do the next one. And when that one's done, we can do the one after that. These three that are all in the backlog. And then after that, we can start working on the character pipeline. And then after the character pipeline is in, then we can get Jason's skeleton in. So there's a little bit of stuff just because the way the state of the project right now. I love it. I've been doing for years now, so NOS is never off schedule. Right. I'll keep tuning in for the future and enjoy the project. Keep it up, man. Thank you. I appreciate that, NOS Yoga. I appreciate that. It is coming along well. In little bits and bobs, slowly progressing. Okay. There's a cool new thing I'm looking at here. This could be a really, really good idea for... All right, I'm going to show you guys something cool from Hanyan. Look at this. That is not an image. This is a whole freaking world. And I believe this will be a good way for us to prototype out what different environments could look like and fill it with interesting things, because we can generate a picture and then we can create an entire space like this, and then we can reconstruct the space a bit at a time. You guys know how we generate the images and then we like think about where things go. This might be a great way to actually get that generation done. So we're going to try that. We can even, while we're at it, do we have Crispy Bacon in here? We don't. Crispy's not around today, but what I can do, if we go to images, let's rewind to what we want to do for Crispy, since he's just been so freaking generous, is get a new level in for him, a whole new environment, just like we did for... Like, we've got his character, but I really want to consider what the internals and externals of a butcher shop might look like. Where are we with this? I love this song. I don't know why. It's so simple. Okay. Jason, you definitely love this guy. There's no changes that you would make to him. W project, in my opinion. I feel you. Welcome back, Maya, Stella. Good to see you. Jason, if you want to make any changes, very, very open to feedback and adjustments until you, like you said, you love it. So I'm okay for this to get the stamp of like approval and move on to a different thing, but it looks good to you. All right. We love that. Good. All right. We should also give him a sickle, but we haven't really even dealt with picking stuff up yet. Like picking objects up is still a thing we need to do. Okay. All right, still planning changes there. We need another statue. Where is the Crispy Bacon statue? This one came out so well. I actually freaking love this one. Whoops, didn't mean to move you. Or you. There we go. All the way down to there. Number 62. Micro. Hey, micro. Though we actually shouldn't do that yet. We shouldn't do that yet. We still need the asset in, and then we'll take it from there. So one step at a time. But we're not far. We're not far off. Are you around, Micro? Eh? Eh? There he is. There he is. Liking it? Whiteley Fox, you're loving that. Heck yeah. Hell yeah. All right, cool. Let's get it in. Let's get it in. Okay, so let me first get some extraction done. Excuse me. All right. Environment, crypts. Sorry, not environment, crypts. We're going statues. Yo, thank you for another follow. Shooterman4000, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you for the bless you. Yep, I'll proudly have my name on it. Excellent. Great, 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 great. I really want to make sure everybody loves the stuff that they get. Like, I don't... I just feel like I need something to give back to people when they give something to this stream. It means so much to me to do that. Okay, we're going to create a folder. Hey, micro. Yep. And then into the engine. Straight into that location there. The transform of that goes 0, 0, 0, 0. Is that facing the right way? We're about to see. We'll adjust it if not. I feel like he's not facing the right way, but we'll deal in a moment. And then we're going to run the statue placer. Flip it by 180. There it is. Though we do need to adjust its height. Why is its height off? Okay, good, good. Its scale needs a little adjusting. It's too small presently. And then excellent. Oh, what? That's not good. Glad I caught that. That spelling's wrong. I had that typo again. This keyboard is messing with me today. Okay. Nice. Okay. There it is. One more statue. One more statue. Love it. Love it. Good stuff. Okay. Do you love it? Do you love it, Micro? We got it in? Okay. That stuff progressing, which is good. Hell yeah. You made it. I'm an asset. Anyone who supports this stream is an asset in more than one sense. In many ways. In many ways. There we go. Right at the end right now. We're probably gonna we need to change the way that this thing lays out right now. There's this like snaking path thing. This green line that kind of defines how things get placed. And we need to change that so that it sits underneath the city. But I'm really, it shouldn't be too long. And, all of these assets are going to get used in some really cool ways. We're pretty much running out of space. We're going to have to extend the crypts very soon, which is insane. Because when I first did it, I was like, there's no way we'll get to 60 different statues. It's a lot of statues. But it's so cool. It's so cool to have this all in. Very, very cool. Okay, let's get rid of some of these. And back here, let's think more about this for a minute. But not before. Is this done yet? No, it's getting close. It's getting close. The other thing we can do here, if this didn't take, it's taking. You guys remember this? Anyone in chat remember this? Way back when? Only the this is from the first stream we ever did. It's from the first stream we ever had. Seb's first stream, that's right, Jason. Yeah. Yep, that was a good one. Oh my gosh, another follow. Thank you. Lord Varva, thank you for the follow. W follow, I know, right? Man. Those follows really, they mean a lot. This is pushing us ever closer to 1.9 thousand followers. 1,900 followers. Can't believe that. Very, very exciting day when that happens. Okay. This is what I was looking for. I was looking for this particular house. Yo, and another one. Exapris. Thank you, Exapris, for the follow. Love your work. The name's hard to pronounce, but when you actually say it out loud, it has a very cool sound to it. I really love the sound of that. That's sick. My gamer tag when I was a kid used to be Ferox. It feels the same, It has that same like Latin sounding stuff. How many new characters have we got? I don't know how many characters in game. There's like, I think we counted it at 29. We've got a few more. All the ones in red still need to be done. That one included. So we've got a bunch more that still need to happen here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new characters that are blocked by the art pipeline, All right, are you ready? You ready, Jason? Here he is. I'm ready. I'm ready. That's what he'll look like. If he's looking okay, we can move him on to the rest of the pipeline. Wait, AI can create 3D models? Yeah, yeah. It can do a pretty good job of it too. This is wild. What app is this? That one is here. I'll link to. You should check out this tool, Comfy UI. It can do all sorts of wild things with AI. It's a really cool tool. You can kind of like you can generate images, you can generate 3D models, you can generate all sorts of stuff. I was just using a model called Hanyan, which is a Chinese model. It's pretty frontier model. It's like very hard to get into. The like you got to go through a proxy to get. You used to actually. You might not need to anymore. But yeah, this is yeah. Check it out because it's really cool what you can do with Comfy UI. So that last thing that you were just seeing there was Hanyan AI. Okay. Has this finished yet? No, not yet. Okay, restored the chapel door. Is it just me, guys, or is this... do you think it's taking longer? I suspect that open code is slower than... And it could just be me, or maybe I don't have fast mode on or something, but it's taking a hot minute to finish. Hello, Gorky. How are you? Something that would take a year or so now takes weeks. It can all compound a lot, yeah. It's probably hitting peak hours too. Oh, yo, you mean like the stream is hitting peak hours right now? Or what are you referring to there, Micro? Nah, yeah, right. That could be it too. That could be it too. That it's slowing down because everybody's competing for the same compute. Very possible. Very possible. Let's see what it's thinking. Shapecast 3D. That's... I don't know what a Shapecast 3D is. Shapecast 3D. Ah, a 3D shape that sweeps a region of space to detect a collision. That's handy. I would have just done this with raycasts. So there's a better convention that it knew about in this engine that I didn't know about, which is neat. That is neato burrito. All right, let's have a look what it's done and review let's start by reviewing, let's review its description, then we'll review its changes. We should also do this. Nah, we'll leave that. We'll just won't stash it. Yeah, I'm going to keep these things like layers of separation here. So, sorry, America is waking up. Yeah, that's right. I guess we like on the upside. We don't have to compete with America when I'm on the time. Like where I'm doing stuff. I mean, it's a good question, Maya. Whether they rent, surely they're big enough to buy their own, and the justifications for saving that money. But who knows? Maybe not. Okay, moved local interaction selection into character actor. Replace the old sensor proximity facing line of sight stack with a simple shapecast sweep. Simplified the local player interaction controller. Simplified the host validation to use the sweep rule. remove the channel specific interaction experiment. What are you talking about with that? Add a generic interactable cube to the lobby at the center. Add a generic interaction debug log adapter for test interactables. Interaction debug log adapter. Okay, cool. We'll probably remove that once we're done. The local character actor now owns a Shapecast 3D. Each physics tick it resolves this, it checks, blah, blah, blah. I'm okay with that. It ignores the geometry for now. That's fine. Current sweep tuning. Fine. Good. Let's go have a look in the lobby. See if we can get this running in the console. Okay. We're close. We're close, chat. We're nearly there. I think it would be nice if every stream we did a little bit of, oh, you going to bed, Micro? You're off to bed, start to wind down. Yo, thank you for the 20 gifted. I absolutely appreciate it. And again, I can't say this enough times, but Jason, thank you, man. Like, thank you so much for the gifted subs that you gave to. It's like boggles my mind. It boggles my mind when you guys do these things. I don't know how to process it. I'm like still numb to it. I feel like I'm going to be numb to this kind of thing for a very long time, but I really do appreciate it. It helps a great game get made. So, you know, I'm enjoying chipping away at it. And the more this happens, the more I feel like I need to commit and lock in and actually like really get it done. Okay. For those who are still here, this is it. This is it. The first interaction with the cube. Let's see if I approach it. Wop wop. Oh. I feel like I need debug stuff to see what's happening here because something's going wrong. It could be I don't think it's the feet. Why not, cube? And what is causing it to actually... Oh, we saw that. Did you guys see the highlight effect? I like that. I like that. Is it when the line goes between the camera and the... I'm not sure what's causing this. Is it whenever I'm north of it? No, I don't know what's happening here with it. I just want to be a part of such a great project as a small streamer. It's cool to think I'm a part of something that some heavy hitters no, thank you, Jason. That the heavy hitters are into as well. I hear you. I hear you, man. Thank you so much, Jason. Okay, interaction cube. Why is it working like that? There's still something odd happening. I mean, it is better. It is better. So it's an improvement. Character interaction. Networking. Game. Let's have a look at this. Character actor gets an interaction sweep. Let's refactor. Actor, character actor. Let's refactor character actor. So that, let's refactor character actor so that the new behaviors related to interactions are in their own separate class with distinct responsibility and don't clutter up this main actor. Okay. Oh, man. Good night, Jason. Thank you again, man. If you are still around, here is the mesh, which is a good intermediary step. Nice low poly here. Happy with that. And then one more step to get the... Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Micro is going to bed. Sorry, confused the two of you. Yeah, you're still here. All right. You're not going any good. Yeah, good. We're going to now make a texture for that at the same time. Okay. What should the harness optimize for? Oh, yeah, okay. We've got questions related to that harness now, which might be, you know what, I'm kind of okay with us working on this a little. But this one has most of our attention, I think. Continuous integration, orchestration, gameplay control, full end-to-end. Aim immediately for your menu to lobby gameplay across multiple clients. I think we're not really like build an auto match harness for local multi-first instance flows. This reminds me a lot of weird fishes. But I think I've heard this before and been like, yo, this is not weird fishes, but it feels like it. All right, here you go. Here you go, Jason. Pretty cool, no? Pretty cool. He is a dude. That's one skelly skeleton right there. All right, sick. Okay, what should the harness optimize for first? Repo level runner that boots the server across and launches clients? No, we want... The goal here is to make something like our auto match harness that can run different scenes and test things. For instance, if we add some new behavior, we should be able to write a test for it. It should be able to run from the command line in a headless mode. It should be able to pass tests and assert failures. Okay. It should be possible to run these tests individually from the command line so that AI can validate new code that gets added, even if it's an integration, not just a unit. Okay. Okay, reading the current consumers. Extract the interaction selection behavior into its own C# helper, not a new node. Keep character actor as the owner. Yep. Go ahead. Consumer impact, local player interaction controller can stay unchanged if character actor keeps the same public interface. So this is a low risk internal refactor. Why this is compliant? Go ahead. Yep. Your avatar reminds me of that Skella Keller game by Adam. Yo, right. Yeah, we'll fix it, Goldie. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right with the eye. Cool clip, Jason. That reminds me of it does, right? It does, Maya. It's a cool character. I don't know who that is, lol. He's been my mascot since 2019 in one form or another. Right, okay. You know where it came from. I mean, that's cool. It makes it kind of original. Yeah, go for it, Jason. Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Go hell for leather with it. Love it. I hope it goes viral. I need to do that better. Exactly what you're doing right there, Jason. I really need to get better at, after every stream, I should be making like 5 or 6 videos and putting them out there. It's, make sure you tag the channel and everything. That'll help. Okay, refactor character actor to delegate interaction behavior to a new helper. I mean, this is a small change. I need to be aiming for bigger changes. Bigger changes, please. Okay, in third person. It's making changes, nice. I wonder if OpenAI and Codex throttles when you hit a certain speed. It could be like slow instead of like we're used to fast mode and now it's not in fast mode. Okay, skeleton. Where's our to-do list? Okay. Okay, that is now refactored. Let's get a new look at the shape of this. Character actor. Character in select. Yep, good. All right, good, better. The interaction still isn't functioning like we expect. How can we further debug this to get to the bottom of why it's not working properly? It now functions more closely in that when we're around the cube, sometimes it highlights, but it's not predictable as to why, and it doesn't function like we expect, where the cube activates when it's in front of us. Okay. Which Git app is this? I really like this one. This is probably one of the reasons I use Windows and not Linux, or at least when I'm on Windows, I'm really happy that this is around. It's called Fork. Yeah, thank you, Goldie. There you go. A lot of people ask that, so glad I can share it. It's by far the best. If you've ever used like SourceTree, it feels like SourceTree, but it doesn't have all the Atlassian BS. But it's much better as well. It's just way, way, way simpler. It does everything that you can want, and it makes it all really clear and straightforward to understand. I like it a lot. Short of the command line, this is the next best thing, or it's even better than command line in many ways, in my opinion, which is, yeah, this is me. I use a lot of command line tools, and I think that UI is a better development experience when I lean towards command line things. So it's like, yeah, yeah. Okay, that sounds promising. I found a strong likely root cause in the current suite model, and I'm putting the exact code location so the debugging plan is anchored, and it's not just guesswork. The current setup shows the local avatar still has a default interaction target volume, and the sweep only ignores it after collision resolution. That matters because Shapecast 3D reports collisions at the first impact point, not all targets further along the path. Interesting. Do you have a TikTok or no? I don't, Jason. I don't even have a TikTok. I'm really bad. I'm really bad at promoting. I'm really bad at self-promotion, and I need to get better. One day we'll figure it out and we'll do it. But that day is not today. I'll tag Fastfee. Oh, you can do that. You can do that. It'll be close enough. True. See, I don't even have an exclamation mark socials. I should. I think we have like yeah, I need to get my act together. It's a year now. I've got no excuse. Okay. I mean, it's possible. Okay. Let's go ahead and attempt to fix this. All right. It's the building. All right. While it's doing that, let's see if we can make a little progress on this. See if we can do two things at once. Never a great idea. Okay. That seems all right. We're going to probably have to do some weight painting anyway, and we'll fix the eyes then. Let's get it rigged up. That might not be a bad knee position, but it's very low. Symmetry, please. We don't want midpoint placement because that goes wrong. Apologies for looking up the skirt of this random skeleton. Might be better to have that a little higher. One other issue here is that the cloth is falling down where his arm isn't always going to be in a downward position. Okay. It's held there with magic? Yeah, we'll have to... How do you make the model's legs moves, jump, or other actions? Maya Stella, what you're seeing here is a tool that does... It's like an auto rigging tool. Usually I do this in Blender, but we're trying to create a pipeline that lets us move fast. So the position of those things is being used to determine how the bones of the character, like the bones of the character, interact with the 3D geometry. So by placing it, I get it into a position where it can do this, right? So you can see it's kind of like standing and moving, and I'm gonna have to go and tweak it because I know for a fact things like his jaw, right now his jaw is kind of attached to his chest. So that's an instance where this needs to be corrected, but like on the whole, now we have him animated. So you'll actually get to see how this happens now. This is the one I really like because it tests the constraints of the, I mean, it's not bad. We're gonna have to fix up this part here. But as he leans forward, watch what happens to the robe. There, that's stretching. That has to get fixed because that's now his hips are driving that. And it needs to be something like halfway between his I mean, maybe it's not even too bad. How often are they really going to bend that far? It mostly needs to be his legs that drive that now. But the arms, I need to add more geometry to the arms if I want that to work well. They're a bit too oversimplified. Let's look at his arm movement. Yeah, there's not enough geometry in the arms, so we have to fix that up. But I mean, his walks and runs should be okay. As long as he's not doing anything too extreme with his arms, it should be okay. The other thing I want to do is see how his head movement goes and whether his chin isn't like, whether I need to change the weights there. Yeah, his chin is stretching a little. So that's the one thing I think I want to change a little here is we're going to go back to rig body because it's close to what we need. And we're going to pull this down a little so that the head has a bit more authority over that chin. So let's let that recalibrate. And then go here. Okay. Let's try this. How long do you make, sorry, how do you make so this is basically, I mean, that's part of the explanation. The other part of the explanation, Maya, is once we have it rigged, we retarget to animations that we have in the engine. I really thought that was going to work. I mean, it kind of works, but still unpredictably. How is it determining this? All right, back into the engine. Interaction sweep. Oh, well, there's an issue. What if we put it here? It's pretty funny that even then it, like, underneath it would still trigger. Let's do a rerun here. You're gonna lurk, Casey? No worries. See you soon when you're back. Thank you for lurking. Is that working? Right, wrong scene. I really thought that was going to work. I mean, maybe that is now. Yeah, I think I got it. Now, if I stand like this and it's behind me, it interacts. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, we figured it out. It was this. Bit concerning that behind seems to be the -1 is 1. That's an issue. Okay. It's still not. Okay, that could be, yeah, I think I understand. I think I understand what's happening here. I've done some investigation and found something interesting. When I move the position of the interaction sweep when I move the position of the interaction sweep object in Godot from -1 to on the y-axis to forward 1 on the z-axis, when I stand to the north of the cube, the interaction works. If I move anywhere else, it doesn't. This seems to indicate to me that the issue here is the rotation of the character is not applied to the actor. Hello, Arthur. How you doing? Welcome in. Arthur 131T. 131T. What am I doing? 13 plus 1 is 131. I can math. You're doing good? You're doing good. Nice, nice. Welcome in, man. Is that the cube? It is. It's a cube, Casey. It's the cube. How about me? How am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It's 2 a.m. I think we got one more hour of stream to go today, and I'm finishing off an interaction system at the moment, which is pretty going to be pretty cool. You can see there's a cube here, and if I walk up to it from the right direction, like that, it becomes interactable. But the problem right now is, oh no, I may have been wrong. Hold on. Thank you for the follow there. Yes. Yes. Ever see that cat? The cat meme? Yes. I know there's an I in your name there, but Arthur, thank you for the follow as well. Yo, guys, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. Hold on. Does this work? Does this work? If I put this behind me. Okay. It does work. If it should be in front, but it's currently behind. If the cube's behind me, I get interaction. Okay, that needs fixing. But surely then the fix is this, right? -1 goes to 1. And I rerun. It's 2 a.m. in France, it's 6 p.m. True, Arthur, true. Well, welcome from Australia. And Arthur has... Yep, it's quite the leaderboard. That's quite the leaderboard. You'll get there. How are you, Yas? UEE. What is EE? Is that like European Union? No? No, that would be EU, wouldn't it? I don't know. I think, Casey, I think we did install a bunch of that stuff. Like the... I'm sorry, yes. I don't know what's wrong with me today. I'm reading numbers wrong. I'm getting my geography wrong. 2 a.m. and one more hour. When do you sleep? Who says I sleep, crazy? Who says I sleep? Nobody said that. Nobody made that claim. But yeah, I have not been. I have not been really sleeping a huge amount. I have getting a lot done though. So sleep, never heard of it. I heard a rumor one time, but I'm pretty sure it was just a myth. I don't think it actually happens. Try gamble. Yeah, there's a gamble. That's it. Goldie put the gamble game in. Goldie gambled. Say that 10 times fast. All right, what is happening here? This now works. This now works when the interactable object is directly behind the player. What could this indicate, and how can we fix it? All right, where were we? Has that re-rigged? Okay, let's get him. How's that chin moving? That's actually not too bad. That chin movement is actually potentially acceptable. It deviates a little bit with the chest, so we're gonna tweak it one more time just because this would save so much time in Blender if we can get it right. Not many people realize that happens sooner if you don't sleep on the way there. Sleeps when he's... Yes, it's true. It is true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong about it. Sleep is necessary. Okay. Is using camera. Okay. Global transform basis said is normal for the camera and should not be used as evidence for the... All right, yes. The camera and the character do not necessarily share the same forward convention. Your runtime observation matches the body helper being inverted, not the sweep system being randomly usable. Okay, stand with the cube clearly in front of the avatar body and test. Stand with the... I've done that. Confirm the result flips to the expected behavior. If anything is still inconsistent after that, okay. Let's go ahead and make the fix so that I can go ahead and test. Okay, and while we're at it, now his chin's good. Now his chin's good. I like that. I like this. I think we've got him. We got him, guys. Jason, we might get to see this today after all. I'm stuck waiting on stuff anyway, so... Okay. Art to process. Skeleton. Skeleton. Let's see. Monsters, create folder, skeleton. Let's get him in here. Okay. Skeleton goes there. Nice. Arthur has been following for 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Well, welcome in. I hope they've been a fun 6 minutes. I know we're only just getting started here, but... Okay. I mean, I may as well just, like, validate our pipeline and, like, prove it all is what it says it is. We're going to... Let's see. In... Client docs pipelines. Okay. Open the character scene. Let's do it. I should start with that, right? Really. I haven't heard this in ages. Whoa, hold on. Why did Casey just get timed out? She vanishes in a... He vanishes in a puff of smoke. It's a command. I see. Yes. Uh-huh. Vanish. Done. Okay. Arthur vanished. Where did Arthur go? What the hell? Lots of different rando characters. There's character. Move the animation tree out of the character node 3D. Move the face out. Delete the old character node 3D. Go to the advanced import for our new character FBX. Advanced import settings. We're going to go skeleton, bone map, humanoid, and re-import. Yep. Hello, you're getting up there, man. 1 day, 17 hours is huge. Quite cool. Oh my gosh. Import scale settings has got to get up. Hopefully the animations aren't bugged. So far, so good. It's in the engine. It's in the engine, chat. Okay. Make local. Select the animation player. Of the new local character. Go animation, manage animations, load library. Okay. Drag the animation tree under the new character. I think we get rid of the old one. That goes there. That goes there. That also goes there. Save the scene. Dang it. think I did something wrong here. I might have done it for the wrong animation player. There's still something wrong with this. And we need to put the face under the skeleton 3D. See, we did actually get something out of this. Was it Blender or the Chinese AI that made the FBX file and bone structure? Neither, Helu. It was Accurig. Accurig did that. This tool here. That was the whole point of this. This tool creates the bone structure. But it's editable in Blender. And sometimes we tweak it in Blender with the skin weights. Let's see. It's got to be something with like... I mean, let's do it again. Follow the steps again, one at a time. Make sure we get it right, because we're going to automate this stuff pretty soon. Discard you. Reload that. Okay. Do instructions actually say to take the... maybe I know what it is. Maybe I know what it is. We need to make sure that and that goes out, but the animation player gets deleted first, right? Could be that. Including its animation player. Okay, make local. That goes there. That goes there. That goes like this. Still, there's this warning here. I suspect that warning is like indicative of some problem I don't understand. Could not resolve track general skeleton head. Is it something with the import settings? Yeah, the bone map's gone. Okay. That's why. All right, one more time. Don't save here. I don't know how that bone map went missing, but that's going to be the issue. That gets a bone map. That gets a humanoid profile. Let's make sure that's in there. Yeah, good. Okay. Open up character again. Is that really still processing? No, it's not. Okay, while we wait, close this. Run that. Okay. You having fun gambling there, Casey? All right, that looks like interactions to me. It's even got the highlight, which I really like. That little orange that orange thing is good. Might make it a little wider too. Though this is quite acceptable. Interact cube. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. This is now working. Let's change the text on the UI to use a verb that comes from the object. Yeah, verb is right. That should be configurable from in the editor. It can default to We've made some changes to the repository, moving around documentation. This is to create a new pipeline folder where I want to create a new markdown document. It's going to be let's see, where are we going to put it? We're going to put it in pipelines, copy full path. It's going to be in that document, we should explain what steps need to take place to any scene to make it interactive. It should be clear and concise, easy to read and understand. Okay. Yo, right, we got a new first time chatter. It comes out of the woodworker and Jason does something like that. Jason gifted 200 subs on the channel, which is absolutely wild, right? But I'm glad you caught one. You don't have ads. We hate ads here, so happy that you could be here without them. Welcome in. Do you know what we're making here? Are you into software and game dev? Do you like, I mean, anyone on Twitch likes games, but do you like the process of making games? Because this is a game that very few people have seen. We're in the process of creating it right freaking now. We've been doing it like, what are we on, like the 20-something stream, the 30th stream doing this? So not too far in, but coming along well. Okay, so we're soon gonna be like, I really like this interact button. This is gonna be good. We're getting close to being able to interact with this door. This can probably be the final thing we do in this stream. I'm going to be able to walk up to this door and hit F on it and go out of this room into the world. Pretty exciting. I think one thing I would like to do is when you're really close to it, have something show up above it to show that the object is there, so that you don't have to go discover that it's interactable. With our shader, I think I want a little bit more. Okay, with our cell shader, let's increase the size of the hull just a little bit more so that it's more obvious the thing can be interacted with. So that there's a little bit more clearance. Okay. Default verb is interact. Default verb is interact, yep. Now puts F plus that verb. The lobby debug cube now uses it. Good, good. Added docs. I mean, we're starting to look good for this feature. It didn't go as quick or smooth as we expected it to initially, but like, who cares? Pretty great. All right, we're going to unstage our crypt stuff and our micro stuff because that's not related to this change. Now that we've moved these markdown documents around, can we please go through the other markdown documents that might reference it, such as and readme, to make sure that they still point everyone in the right direction now that the files have moved. That shader width should be good. Let's have another look. What are you supposed to do with the cube? Crazy Mer, absolutely nothing. The cube is just there as a means of experimenting. It's a way for us to show the interaction system working. I really want to be able to like walk up to a thing and see what happens. See the button that comes up? It's the first interactable object. The next thing we're going to do is make this door interactable so that we can walk up to it, press F, and exit the like leave the chapel, so to speak. So it's an interactable object. That's what it is. So it will not be in the final game. No, it's just the first thing that serves as an instance of something we can interact with. I'm like using it as an experiment, essentially. Using it as part of an experiment. Okay. No, we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. That and that. Okay, so basic interaction system has been introduced. What else are we going to do with this? We'll get in PPP QA. Has been introduced. Should not have done that. Go through all of the files that were added in commit. And check them for violations of QA and PPP. Okay, that system is in, which is pretty exciting. The next thing we might do now is just get the nameplates above players, because that's going to be a really critical feature for understanding who's who. Yep. Could be fun if players could grab a unique item or potion or something. Yeah, exactly, hello. That's exactly what this is going to be used for. What type of game is it? It is... I'm glad you asked. It is a... Yeah. It's a social deduction party game. So if you've ever played Among Us, it's going to feel a little bit like that, but it's more like the game Werewolf. But essentially, you can think of it like in the way that it feels to play. It's more like party animals. We haven't done the active ragdoll physics, but we're going to. And it's a bit like Fall Guys with the way that it moves. So yeah, so that's how it that's the difference. Is it's a chaotic kind of like physics based brawler. Unlike Among Us, but what you have to do is very similar. From a story perspective, Right Us Pleasant, it's like you're a villager in a town, a little bit like the medieval, Salem, a medieval version of Salem, where there's this hysteria about monsters, but turns out the hysteria is true. And all the villagers have to survive the next 7 days without being killed by the monsters, or the apocalypse will happen. If all the villagers are sacrificed, then the town and the world ends. And so the big twist here is you have to work together with the other villagers to survive and level up. Just over the 30 to 40 minutes that the round takes. Like, I think the average game will be between 20 and 40 minutes. And you have to level your character up to fight the monsters. But the big twist is the monsters are a part of the villagers. Like, sorry, some villagers are secretly monsters. And so there's monsters among you, and you have to figure out who it is and kill those people and survive as the game gets harder and harder as it goes on. That's the pitch. That's the page Writers Present. And I hope you like the concept. But yeah, it's we're doing it. I'm doing it as a it's a solo project right now, trying to get it to like deliver on this kind of look and feel. This is the key art we're aiming for, something like this. So yeah, and it's coming along pretty well. It's going to be the other thing there that I should have started with is like it's multiplayer. It's multiplayer, and there's going to be proximity chat in it. And so those are the you'll talk to. Also, name is. Okay. Are ideas present? Are ideas present? Okay, cool. I'm just gonna call you ideas if you're cool with that. Okay. JCF, how you doing, man? Hi, Base Coach. Would you say that making a simple chat game using command variables in a chatbot to be scripting, or is that too strong a word for that kind of thing? Hold on. Would you say that making simple chat game using command variables in chat would be scripting, or is that too strong? I mean, no, like that's not necessarily scripting. It depends how you do it. If you use a scripting language, then it might be scripting. But like making something new like that isn't necessarily scripting. It depends how you make it, like how you do it. I mean, we could code something like that up in as primitive as the language is like C if we wanted to. And that would not very much not be scripting, because we would be writing quite complicated code. Usually scripting refers to like high level languages where there are lots of layers of abstraction between what you write and what the machine runs. And so, like Python, sometimes people think of Python as scripts instead of as code, because there's a lot of abstraction. There are lots of other like scripting languages, like Lua is another great example where there's so much abstraction that people stop thinking of it as a low-level programming language and start thinking of it as a scripting language. So what's considered a scripting language kind of just like depends on what you're doing, how you're doing it. Okay, interaction network runtime validates the sweep and movement, while the local selection uses the active body's actual position shape. That means the host authority and the client using selection are different spatial models. For any form whose collider centers differ from the hard-coded offset, the host can reject interactions, which is QA authority boundary failure. No, I'm okay with it. Runtime interaction character interaction selector finds a body collider by recursively taking the first collision shape in the scene tree that violates the scene interaction selector. The scene wiring guidance to prefer exported type refs over the tree. Okay, but this is runtime, so that's different. It makes the interaction behavior depend on the child order. I'm not concerned about this one. Runtime network Interaction network runtime reconstructs the self/ignored avatar target by hard-coding the interaction ID. Spawn plus spawn ID. That pushes interaction identity truth into the networking runtime instead of consuming an explicit canonical mapping, which cuts against the QA service runtime boundary guidance and will break quietly if the ID strategy changes. Okay. This one might be a thing. This one isn't a thing. That's a no. I'm okay with that. Okay. Make host validation use the same interaction origin source as the local selection. Replace collision shape tree sprawling. I mean, let's just validate one important thing. When I run this, can I see it in the logger? If I clear this console, all right, back to lurking. No, thank you for jumping in and asking, asking questions and being active in the chat. I really appreciate it, ideas. Should thank Devalik was lurking there and here. Yeah, I checked my screen. I love ray trains. I do too. I appreciate you sticking in here and thanks for being active in the chat there. So basically requires some knowledge of programming language. I mean, scripting languages are a type of programming language. It's just like whether you're scripting or writing, like it's complicated. Scripting is coding, but not all scripting languages are necessarily not all programming languages are scripting languages, if that makes any sense. If you think of the hierarchy of there's programming and then there's scripting, and scripting is a subset of programming. Does that make sense to you, JC? If you're honestly though, if you're scripting, you are programming. So if the question was if a simple chat game using command variables in a chatbot, is that scripting? It's yes, it might be depending on, what language you're using to do that. Okay. Let's see. Matchmake this. This music is actually sick. Let's see in the command line. Did that work? And there it is. All right, next test. Let's make sure this works for multiple users. Crazy Mo, you're about to head out. Yo, see you, dude. Thank you for hanging in here. You've been here the whole damn stream, so I appreciate it. I hope you've gone to bed when I get back. I probably will have, yeah. I reckon another half hour. I am making good progress here, so whoopsie daisy. Let's clear all that. Make sure that that did come through on all of them as well. So good, great. That is working. Yep, love it. Okay. Compliant with follow-up. We need to turn now chapel door. Use the pipeline in defined in client/docs/ slash pipelines slash interaction pipeline what distinct steps are involved in converting chapel door to a interactable using the instructions in that. Okay. Okay, interaction sweep, auto match harness, super handy. All right, let's get this thing finished. Or not. Okay, keep the authored mesh and world collision as is. Satisfies step 1 of the pipeline. Root chapel door, world collision. Okay, add a interaction target child under the chapel door. We're going to add a interaction target. Configure the interaction volume shape. Inside interaction target, resize. Okay, that's an issue. Okay, we need to change the way that interaction target works. We should be able to assign a variable on it to an existing static body 3D. Static body 3D. And have all of the child collision shape 3D objects, nodes be used for the collision detection rather than what it's currently using. This will give the best behavior for collisions and make for the easiest integration. Right now, we can't change the collision shape 3D within the interaction target, since making that change would change it everywhere and mean that existing behaviors would break. Objects that need to be interacted with will also have their own collision. I mean, static body is actually not the right. This is going to be a collision object 3D. Zone physics body 3D. Physics body 3D. Yeah. I'm the best gambler alive. Oh my god. Casey, are you up to like 7,000 points now? Casey, are you winning now? Did you just win the gamble? Did you win gambling? Go straight to a casino. No, I'm kidding. Don't. Avoid those places. They're hell. Oh my god. Scratch that, Casey. Scratch that. Look at goalies. Look at goalies. That's a lot. Lucario's got a lot. That's a yoink. Okay, goal. Yep, quite the flex. Quite the flex. Okay, this will give the best behavior for the collisions and the easiest integration. Right now, we can't change the shape. Will also have their own collisions defined with the right boundaries. Okay. For this door, if usable from one side only, the offset. Okay, cool. While that does its thing, we're going to do our thing. We're going to do this. Okay, that and that go there. That gets a delete. This goes in here. Right there. It gets local. This gets that library. That goes under the skeleton. That goes under here. This gets connected to... Wait. That gets connected to that. This gets assigned to that. This gets assigned to that. And I think the process is complete. Let's check. I hope Jason's here to see this. Boom. And walking. Yes! All right. Scene, save scene as. This now goes up one path. Character. Monsters. Skeleton. Skeleton character. Skeleton character. Save. Okay, next big thing. We need to add that to our... Under monsters, we've got... Where's the catalog? There it is. Show me the catalog. Excellent. That means we now got 22. Characters. Skeleton character. Why does that not work? Oh, because it needs to be a form, right? We're going to do... Let's see. Good night, Lucario. Hold on. Good night, Goldie. Good night, Goldie. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging in here the whole dang stream once again. I love having your support, man. I value it so much. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. Okay, see work. Can we put a list of people that have characters? We'll have like a list of supporters in the credits. So that'll be there. And there's also like, that's just on the character selection screen, Jason. Okay, see work. Base dot, not monsters. We're going to convert it into a form with all of the including a let's see, a TRES file. Look through the project. Establish the standards of the project for characters and match it with a skeleton. Okay. Well, I better get back to watching stream. You can gamble away all day if you like, Casey. No problem doing that. How's local Gemma 4? Nah, Dragihan, we're not using it. Sorry. It's not worked. It's not worked. It messes up and it scares me. Sometimes it even like freaks out and hallucinates without the right harness. It's like, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. It's like, I feel like I was doing it before off stream. It's like on one screen it was working with GPT 4.5 and then on the other it was working with Gemma. And it felt like on one hand I was working with a genius and on the other it felt like it was like a hyper intelligent ADHD infant who couldn't keep a train of thought and had some like moments of inspiration and genius and that was otherwise completely like running around and making a mess. And I was like, all right, I'm going to back away slowly from this and try it again in a few months when it's better. Okay. Where's the next set of steps? And what did I... This is now working better, yeah. Body-based interaction target, automatic interaction layer. We need to retest cube. Bigger model is better, lots of RAM. Like even with a lot of RAM, even with all this RAM and like the same models that should work just fine, it was not. It was not working fine. It was not fine. Ooh, many errors. We might actually need to do this one first. Oh, see, this again, this is a perfect example, right? I asked it to do something very obvious, and it's just like, here it is. This is an example of Gemma freaking out, where it's like, do this really specific task. I'm in plan mode. Please provide me a task. It's like unhinged. It's like it's missing. It's like it's, I don't know, brain damaged. I did try some of the built-in ones, Draghihan, and they were better. Okay, you'd think the 26 billion model is not so big. Okay. And by the way, Quen model is much better. We did try that. We did try that like months ago, but then, you know, apparently Gemma was the new thing, so we needed to try that. Okay. We're just going to do that. You know what? I think I might even uninstall it. Let's see. $26B. We've been using Gwen 3 Coda, Draghihan, and it's okay. It's okay. The solution in like using the what's it called, Pickle, and some of the free ones that are built into open code is actually quite good. I actually am pretty okay with them. I think they're good. I don't mind trying that. It's not locally hosted, but it's a good free fallback. And I don't think they're free with any real rate limits or anything. I can none I've run into at least. Not that I've used it a lot, but Gemma 4 latest. That'll hopefully get rid of what we were experiencing. Let's run that. This will fix the other error. Let's see. Okay, since it's world space, yes. World space UI. Okay, little definitions. Yeah, we need to deal with this top left one. Reasons why I don't use them as privacy depends on the project, of course. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, Draghihan. That makes sense. I'm not being too fussy about what we're working on here, but when we're talking about code for work, then yeah, I can see why that's a thing. When we update existing docs, should they include the current feature decisions too? The current decisions, rules only. I do think, and I could be wrong, but it feels to me, for some reason, it feels like when I run Codex, it's faster. I don't know why. So maybe we'll fall back to Codex for a bit. I like the UX in this better, but, you know. Okay. Confirm format / display name. Confirmed. 2. Do you want strict standard art files created for the... Those art files will be created later. Okay. Jason, you are here. Do the monsters have links which Twitch channels or just villagers? I think those are only for the links to Twitch channels are for the people who have like the streamers that have come through and like raided and stuff like that. The bigger content creators get those links there, Jason. I'm getting the sense that you would like something like that too, though. That the donation wasn't. It was maybe potentially a little bit about promoting your channel as well, from the things that you said in chat. So we could look at doing that. We can look at doing that as well if you're really interested in it. But also now we have to discuss. Thank you for the follow, Rainy Robot Dev. I appreciate that very much. That's awesome of you. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I'm guessing you're a software developer from that name, so this is the right place for you. Thank you for coming through. But Jason, no, like it just like usually here. I'll show you. Have a look. So some people who are just supporters, their names are just like, this was inspired by thank you, Gorky. Thank you, Gorky. You're here, Jason. Good. So we need to come up with an ability for your. All right, there's an error there. We need to come up with an ability for your character. Okay. There's a. See, so all right, chat. If you guys have ideas for just stating facts, though, thank you, Gorky. What are some other abilities? Give me a moment to get this running, and I'll show you the abilities of other characters. So some examples are like Just Wyatt's worm character. The idea is she'll cast a spell on somebody that will paralyze them for a bit, and they'll fall on the floor and flop around like a worm. Winter is going to have like an ice punch that will be an AoE effect around him that slows everyone around them. The poltergeist will be able to possess another person. So he'll float up to them and nobody can see him. And then he presses the possess button and then he controls them for a little while. So those are some examples. I think the vamp sphere is going to be able to, won't be able to pass through doors unless they're with another character in vampire mode. So you can run away from a vampire, but the vampire will be really fast, and when she attacks you, she'll heal. So it's like those are the kind of ideas that you can come up with for the character. So that kind of thing, and you should really aim to make it fit the look and feel of the character. Okay, so broken the order. Let's do it like this. We've broken order of execution. Yo, 7-stream streak. Kakashi, good to see you. Lucky 7. Yep. I don't know if 7 is a lucky number necessarily. Depends on if it's your lucky number, it's your lucky number. I don't know. It's all superstition anyway, isn't it? There's a cool concept, Casey. There's a cool concept. Okay, we've broken the order of execution in the service startup. And now see this error in the console. Okay. Paste that. Oh, this isn't related to that. Hold on. This is related to this one getting fixed. What ability description text should the form use? Come up with an interesting ability idea for now. We'll see what GPT comes up with. It can be quite creative with this stuff. And when that gets fixed, then the next step will be this. I think we can already start on it though. With the name Jason X. Did I put this in build mode? So there's doing forms. The other thing that'll be useful is, I mean, where is the documentation around this? I'm pretty sure in docs, character selection lobby follow-up. We're going to also need a where was that? I'm going to have to revive an old thread. Okay. What about a slowing effect the closer he gets to someone and a soul harvest / life cipher? That would be pretty fun. That's really cool. That's a really cool idea. That's a really cool idea, actually. I like that. Was I able to restore the lost page? I just redid it. I redid it, Kakashi. It didn't take that long. Do we have an avatar shapeshifter monster? Yeah. One that can use that. I did have an idea for a doppelganger, but I've been waiting to put that in. So yeah, I think doppelganger will definitely be a monster, but I think the life siphon is a good idea. I like it. Yeah, we'll roll with that. Okay. We also need to with an idea for the ability. It's going to be a. It's going to be. A short description similar to the other monsters in length. I really need to get onto that pipeline. We're doing this the long way because we didn't do the pipeline first. Okay, and when this one's done, we can finish this one. Okay, we are waiting on it right now, so let's... It's not the matchmaking harness. We're going for... the door. Chapel door. Where is it? Here we go. Okay. Okay. Instance the interaction target. Interaction target. Resize the collision shape. Set the highlight route. Chapel, 2 Ps. Is highlight enabled? Is interaction enabled? Yep. Add a runtime response adapter in runtime. Okay, runtime response adapter. Add that adapter as a role in the chapel door scene. That's an interesting one. What does it mean there? Right, runtime role adapter. I need to go see the cube now, so let's go see lobby. Interaction debug log adapter. And that needs to go under... Yeah, okay. we're going to add this interaction debug log adapter. And why are the adapters exported interaction target? Interaction executed. Connected to the adapter. In the adapter, subscribe to executed, implement the response. Okay, let's give it a shot. Well, we can't yet until this finishes. Looks like it's done. Okay, cool. Let's clear this, give it a run. Okay, here we go. The process is getting longer and longer as the game gets more complicated for introducing a new thing. Oh my god, Jason, gamble everything. Risked it all. He put it all on the line. Okay. That works. Does the door work? No. Why not? One more time. Did I save the door? Is it? Can you take a look at how this is configured right now and see what's wrong? Because it doesn't seem to be working even though I followed the instructions. Check out Chapel Door and let me know what's wrong. What's the extension? TSCN. Okay, while that's doing its thing, I should be able to do this. You hear, Jason? All right, ready? Let's see if this has worked. There was a lot to connect here, so... Characters, monsters, skeleton. Freaking skeleton. How's it going? I'm invested in that. Yo, hell yeah. Lemoney's excited. Okay, pretty cool. This needs to be smaller. We need to simplify that text. Let's see. All right, so now what we have to do is, since we don't have a good way to test this yet, unfortunately, we just have to host a game a bunch of times and hope we get a monster. Not a monster. No. Dang it. Leave. And take two. Host a game. Not a monster, damn it. Maybe it's going to be easier to do the 4 at a time. Hold on. Chances go up if we do 4 at a time. Pretty freaking sick. Are you psyched? Are you psyched, Jason? Yeti's pretty sick. Yeti is pretty sick. I'm good, Lemon. I'm good. How are you doing? I hope you love this, Jason. I hope you love this. Pretty cool moment. Seeing your character in for the first freaking time. Okay, yeah, we're going to do that, and that, and that, and this. And that, and that, and that, and that. One of them's got to be a monster. All of them not... Oh, wait. Skeleton. Hell yes. Hell yes. Okay. Let's go with... There we go. Oh, it's not working. What was this bug? I know this one. This is something to do with the root motion. All right, we're very close though. We're very close. All right, not yet. Nearly. Let's see, the... And the form, we need to generate the portrait and the icon. As far as I know, it could be that. I think it was that. Now we're going to make sure the same thing is true somewhere else. Hold on. All right, we need to generate the portrait as well. That's in... Okay. Yep, good. We need to document all of these steps to get the character working in docs / you guys gambling away there. All right, docs and then pipelines, and then docs, pipelines, and then is there anything that we've done that's not documented here? There's more we'll still need to do as well, such as regenerating the portrait and generating the ability icon using the script in this folder. Okay. Few concrete mismatches in this. I'm checking the debug adapter script against the authored signal wiring so that we can call out exactly which part. Rather than it looks off. Okay. Chapel door never overrides the default interaction volume, shape, or position. Interaction target is instanced, but there's no overridden child nodes for interaction volume or collision shape 3D. What are you talking about? We have the highlight route. Okay, what are you talking about? But there's no overridden child nodes for interaction volume or interaction volume slash collision shape 3D. I mean, what is this one doing? Okay, I'm not understanding that. Okay, hold up. You're gambling. Jason just keeps gambling it all. DGen 1, did you try more Gemma 4 or other local models with open code today? Yeah, we did. We did DGen, but they were kind of trash, if I'm being honest, and I uninstalled them just before. It was not a go. It was not a go. It was not good for productivity. Okay, that's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, where is... This is preparing a patch. What is it doing? Okay, yeah, we need to move what we've got there in the character pipeline. Okay, keep the root node as... We got a lot that needs to happen in that. Okay. Editor. Character portrait batch generator. Give it a run. Where is the... I thought this was like a... Oh, run generation. Boom. That should give us a portrait in the main menu. Don't save that. Quick run here to get a look at the new Skelly face. Let me win just once. You're gamblers. You crazy. Okay, play. Host. Oh, hold on. We don't even need to go there. Characters. Monsters. There's a Skelly. That's a Skelly right there. Okay. We need to... Let's see. Okay, why is this not... Okay, this is... We need to do this probably hundreds of times. The configuration of this object needs to be simpler. Let's brainstorm some ways to achieve this. Definitely need to change that. Okay, we also need to rerun the ability generation pipeline for this new skeleton character. Use what you know about the abilities to fill in any missing data there and rerun for just this one character using Python as seen in the scripts in that project. All right. Okay. Is that done already? Okay, pain point. Separate interaction collision shape, manual highlight route wiring, manual adapter wiring, manual signal style mental model, too many authored steps for common static objects. Okay. Best direction. Make interaction target a lightweight helper that uses the object's existing collision / body as default and auto wires them as much as possible. Yes, please. Interaction target references an existing physics body 3D. Best fit. Uses all of that. Yep. Auto finds the body if unset. If interaction body is empty, resolves nearest sibling. Yep. Must fail fast if ambiguous. Good. Interaction target auto finds. There's a good plan. Would be great if we can just get one object that we add to scenes that have static, that have a physics body 3D. Keep in mind this distinction is important because we don't want to be dealing with because they won't always be static. You guys are having fun there in the chat, aren't you? Gambling away your lives. You're addicts. Get out of the casino. Stop that. How are we doing for time? 3:30. Oh my god. Remember how I was like, I have a really early meeting. I can't stream all night tonight. And here we are. We should have one field on that object once it's added to the scene that allows us to say what should be triggered when the interaction occurs. Okay. Icon PNGs deployed, but Godot hasn't imported it yet. Cool. Ability icon will be in then. And then where's fork? I wonder why these all re-imported. I think I understand why, because we regenerated all of those icons. Did we? Well, wouldn't we see new... Okay, hold on. Here's our ability icon. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. We like this. We like this. There's our portrait. Good, good. Excellent. Excellent. Let's give this one more little run. Oh, it's going to do it with 4 windows, isn't it, instead of 1. We just want the 1. Why did we do that? Okay, let him run. Characters, monsters. There's Skelly. We've got a lot working there. Got a lot of good things going. Got a lot of good things happening here. Excelente. Excelente. Good, good, good. Okay. Excited. Excited. Looking good. Looks like a good lineup. It does. It does. Looks like a good lineup of characters. It's still early in Seb's eyes. It's true. It's true. It's not 5 a.m. yet. It's not 5 a.m. yet, guys. How's our pipeline instructions looking? Anything we did recently that should be added there? Okay. Okay. So this text here got some things to do. So let's get this out of the way. Let's get micro in the crypts. Added to the crypts. Added a new statue. Okay, we need to... I don't think all of these resources need updating the way that it's actually just done this. But we'll do it. Godot thought it needed it, so we'll leave it. This stuff is the modal descriptions. Added the new skeleton. Added the new skeleton character to the game. Woo! Let's see, where are we at? Okay. Let's chill with the gamble now and enjoy the stream. Thoughts, chat? No, I mean, God of War, they can gamble all they want. It's just it can be hard for me to keep track of that, though. It can be hard for me to keep track of that. Of what's like gamble and what's actual chat. Keep the Hold on. Remember you said you didn't want to gamble stream, so just following orders. No. I'm that was more than anything a joke, God of War, because I'm not into gambling, but this isn't real gambling. This isn't using real money, you know. So it's I'm not too fast. Sorry, I didn't mean to be giving orders there. But I appreciate you trying to help there, God of War. Raffle not set up yet. True that. Yo, are we in the wrong scene? Hold up. What am I looking for? Okay, damn Seb, I need Stream Elements permissions. Sorry, I feel like it's the kind of thing that I need to do, but you can never quite get around to it. All right. What's missing here? All right, I think this is all set up. If you want any changes to this, by the way, Jason, like please let me know. It's a bit of a work in progress. As long as they're not too dramatic, then you know we can definitely try and accommodate and shift some things around. But for the most part, I'm really glad we actually got a whole freaking character in, which is fantastic. That's really cool. All right, let's see if we can finish this interaction system off. Can we please change the type of the supporter? Hold on. We want the... Can we please update the documentation? Or did it do that? It already did that. Okay, we're going to leave this for a bit because it seems good. Now we're going to focus on this one. Because if we can get this one done, we can get the other two that are kind of like sitting ready to go done as well. You're happy with it? Excellent. Good stuff, Jason. Good stuff. The door's interaction collision was not actually authored for the door. Okay. discard the changes to the actual door. Let's make adjustments to the interaction system to make the integration simplicity as easy as possible. What we discussed before, where if it's in the scene, it will find the collisions itself without needing anything else, and it will just have one thing that we can assign to say what is triggered when it is activated. Okay, chapel door, discard. And then we can change our interaction system to be simpler. Okay, what's this one doing? This one was... That's the text relating to modals. We'll get rid of that. And then soon, very soon, we should get our ability, sorry, our character pipeline done, because that would be so much easier if we could have a good system to just like configure all of that. Okay. Okay. Editor first. Yeah, we're gonna run that in a minute. This one's gonna be very useful as well. Grabbing a coffee, Jacob. I would love to grab a coffee, but I feel like I can't do that because it's now 3:44. Gotta go, Seb. Have a great rest of the stream. Turbo, I didn't even know you were here. Thank you for hanging around, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. You haven't missed too much. We're gonna wrap it fairly soon. Fairly soon. Pretty soon we're gonna be done. We're gonna be interactions set up, the door ready to go. I'm actually quite excited by the prospect of what will happen next with the door. The next thing will be like loading a whole new level, which is pretty cool. Then we're actually going to have like the foundations of a whole god dang world. A whole freaking world. So what's the progress this stream? God of War, we set up an interaction system. This stream, so that I can, a player can walk up to something and like hit a button to interact with it. I mean, what else did we do? Let's see. We did some redesigns to the matchmaking controller, and it's basically the interaction system, yeah. And then we had a statue, and we got a new character in the game. We got Jason's character in the game. There's a really cool like Grim Reaper character now, which is pretty freaking cool. You're gonna miss the Champions League. What's the Champions League? Dominion? I have no idea what that is. I was going to start singing, but I don't a new fantastic point of view. You don't know it? No? You don't remember? You didn't watch Aladdin over and over and over as a child? Now I want to see it. I love some good Reaper character. Hold on. We're like... Here he is. He's a Grim Reaper. Look at him strut. Doing his Grim Reaper things. Pretty cool, right? Look at him go. I wouldn't want to get chased by that guy. One last gamble. Go for it. Go for it. You now have 30 points. Nice. Okay. Hello? Oh no. Is it actually crashed? Okay, interaction target to autosculpt. Yep. This will be good if this gets done and works well. Please give him a Grim Reaper rat companion. Handspler, that would be pretty sick. We're eventually, like, maybe that'll actually be something we do. There's a good chance if we, like, there are a few people who wanted different, like, pet companions. I think a Grim Reaper, like, rat would be a great companion for the pet. We also want, like, people want to have, they want to have their, like cats and dogs and stuff in there. So I'm probably going to have to deal with quadrupedal motion fairly soon. So did the Grim Reaper ever appear in the God of War games? I never played the original games. Did it? I don't think so. I think it was just Norse mythology and gods, right? The Grim Reaper isn't part of that Norse, those Norse ideas. I think the Grim Reaper was like it might have been like, I think it was Britannic, maybe? No, I'm curious. A Grim Reaper. Europe, yeah, European. And 14th century, so like fair bit later. So it was probably, yeah, Britannia. Interesting. Oh, hold on. In 1847. So the idea came from the 14th century, but it was only really written in the 18th century. How's this doing? Preparing a patch. Okay. Okay, interaction trigger target. We like this. Hopefully this type will mean we can only select a few things from... though I don't know how that will actually work. We're going to have some kind of class that, like, that we write to handle these interaction triggers. Oh, how amazing would it be if we finish this stream... It's 3:50. Maybe we do it start of next stream. When we get the door interaction working, if we can get it logging in the console, that would be pretty cool. Just doing that would be sick. Yeah, that would be cool. Just logging in the console would be amazing, because once we get that, then we can come back next stream and change that console log for a load new level. And that level load would be like so cool to get going. Okay. Ooh. It got rid of the box. Okay. $90 points. Doubling down, Lemon. Good on you. It's important for sleeping. So is, yeah, smart to sleep, especially if I do have a meeting. I do have a meeting really soon, fairly soon. It's like 4 a.m., but I got problems. Guys. I'm addicted. To this. Define soon, 9 a.m. in 5 hours. 5 hours, and I'll need like half an hour to get ready for the meeting. So, for soon, your soon is never 4 a.m. is your, yeah. When this is done, when this finishes and is working nicely, then next step will be raid someone, get the heck out of here. You know what? I like this song a lot. I'm gonna add it to my liked songs. What a vibe. You did. You called it plants, and you've been here the whole time too. You've been in here. You've been here 8 hours. You've been in here. Oh, good on you. Gonna be a 5 a. Yeah, it won't be. It won't be. Unless this takes an hour to run, which it couldn't do, then it'll be fine. I love that this thing is like possible, that it can just use Godot like that. So cool. He's a Jedi, yep. Confirmed. War Plants is a Jedi. These aren't the droids you're looking for. 4 a.m. is when you will stream to. Okay, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Nearly done. And then we can trigger this one off. I don't know if there's some kind of like test harness that we have for collecting objects, but that would be super handy. We need to maybe create an ability for AI to click buttons in Godot. Though I don't know so much about the button clicking. We can probably just trigger them if it's smart enough to know how to trigger things. The lost points jokes? Hold on. It's only 3. It's not 4 a.m. yet. Not that late. I do have a 9 a.m. meeting. Yeah, yeah. So, coffee is a thing. That's true, Casey. Okay. Looks like this is nearly done. It also finds existing physics body 3D in the scene. The interaction sweep now collides with bodies, not areas. The existing child nodes on the body that drive the interaction hits the interaction target. Make an interaction target under the object root. Make sure the object already has a physics body 3D. Assign trigger target and interaction verb. This is nicer. This is much nicer. Oh my god. Godot actually crashed. It's such a stable piece of software. That is a surprise to see. Okay. Lobby has a thing. Here's the chapel door. Interaction target. Interaction body is the static mesh. Highlight root is the chapel door. Trigger target is what do we do with the trigger target? Okay. So, trigger target. How do we actually assign the trigger target here now? I think we're going to need a new node, right? Let's go have a look in our lobby. Okay, right. Interaction debug log adapter. Okay. Exit chapel. Let's give this a run. I think we're getting close, guys. I lied. It crashed. Why did that do that? Oh, because I opened lobby. No, we might be close. We might still be close. Here we go. I just opened the wrong scene, Kakashi. I actually opened the lobby instead of like having a thing that like did proper stuff. Here we go. 1 player in, 2 player in, 3 player in, 4 player in. Let's... Oh, look. Interaction between players. Yes. That tracks. Because we set that up a while back. Oh my god. Exit chapel. Exit chapel, chat. It highlights. It highlights. Alright, and now if I press F, we should see it in the logs. And I saw it in the background. Boom. That's it. Done. Dunsky. Dunsky. That's so good. We've got that interaction working as well, interestingly, even though we didn't set up a bunch of stuff for it, but the door is working. This is working a treat, and that was really easy to set up. That was really easy to set up, so that is really good. That is really good. Okay, so let's see. We need everything. Everything we need for this needs to be documented. I noticed that first things first. That. Our character pipeline, our interaction pipeline. Yeah, we need to... Oh, look, Shift F2 has changed model. That's handy. Rewrite our... so that it captures the new changes and makes clear instructions about how we should set up new triggers. Much like the instructions you've just provided me. Okay. This is cool. Casey's in debt? How did you... I didn't even know you... That's too real. That's too real. You don't want to go in debt in a fake gambling game. The documentation, the... All right, no, that's good. That's good. Okay, what's this one doing? Ah, the names. We need the... yeah. We can resume that tomorrow. We don't need to do that tonight. Okay, let's have a look. Does that have a code example? Yes, good. Okay, the other thing we'll need to do here. Where is our current trigger? what is our current implementation of and where does it reside in the project? Okay. Yep, we vibing. I'm vibing. This is a vibe. How good. How good, guys. If we get this all sorted, man. Tomorrow, I think we're going to be able to do the actual loading into the other level, which will be great. Current interface, current caller, interaction target, current concrete implementation, runtime interaction, interaction debug log adapter. So that's great. Runtime and then interaction. There it is. Interaction target. Where is the actual that log thing? Interaction debug log adapter. Interaction debug log adapter. There it is. Does that go on a scene? I mean, what is this? It's a node. Is the first of many types that will be introduced into this solution. Everything else in its folder is logic related to making this system work. But this class is something which will be used more frequently and should be divided away from the rest of that code. I want to be able to go into the interaction folder and have a clear idea of what the different interactions that exist in the game are, and have a clear idea of how to add new interactions to the solution by simply looking at the project of the structure of the files in this folder. Let's plan moving this around in a way that makes it a bit clearer. Okay. Can I close this one? No, I can't. You get rejected. Why do you want to go in the C drive? It's 4 a.m. God damn it. 4:07 no less. We're gonna fix this. We're gonna fix this. Just you wait, guys. Won't be long. And then the other thing we need to do before we call this done is stop interactions between players. I don't know what set that up. I feel like that flute kind of did a rug pull on me. I wasn't ready for flute music. Okay, hold on. Why is it doing a... Split runtime and interaction into one small authored entry, one folder for system internals, one folder for actual triggers. Yep. Yeah, good. Okay. I like the shape of that refactor. Go ahead with it. The project's changed a bit since we considered implementing this feature. Refamiliarize yourself with the current shape of the project. Okay. Okay. So close. This is why. Okay. I think character actor we don't want to be... Let's get rid of the... Yeah, we're going to do that too. Get rid of the character interactions. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we don't and we do this. Maybe... character actor. Actually, why is character actor able to do that? Character interaction selector. One more run to make sure this works before we go ahead and... Oh, wrong scene. No, we do need multiple actually, but we need them from here. Okay. Something wrong there. Quick reload there. Okay. That all seems to be moving along well. Oh, something happened there. Did you notice? Someone quit and the connected client had an issue. It's got to be related to this. What's going on there? Hold on, God of War. What's that about? Okay. I see the door, I win. I mean, it's the door. The door is working. The door is working. Someone quit. Hold on. The quit button, you mean? Yo, Tiggs, how you doing? Can I have a quick look at his question? I just installed Garada yesterday for Linux. Been amazing. The NVIDIA support has been incredible. Okay, hold on. I've got six gigabytes of VRAM, old Intel NUC and AMD rocking, so I'm very happy. Can I post a link? Yeah, go for it. It's brand new. Valve are bringing more supporter / better frames to AMD GPUs under 8 gigabytes of VRAM. Yeah, I mean, Valve's doing some amazing stuff. Go for it, Tiggs. There's a really cool thing they're doing where they actually are transpiling, like compiling code that would run on a normal computer in a way that it will run on like ARM. So this program, for instance, could be taken to mobile phones by using their technology. It's like wild, so cool, so freaking cool. And even when it's not written for mobile phones or compiled that way, like you can run Windows applications on a Linux computer or even on a CPU that's not even built for. It's just such freaking cool stuff. YouTube video. Okay. Interesting. What's the way to pop this out? Oh, annoying. Ah. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Who's this? Ultranium Viz. Thank you for the follow, man. It does. The door, I'm telling you. Hold on, chat. Okay. It's pretty cool. This is rather a long post. Kind of amazing that they could just rewrite the way VRAM is functioning. It's a good question. Okay, I mean, that is very interesting. That's really cool. It's really cool. That's interesting. I'll see what actually comes from it in like terms of concrete changes and when they roll that out and will it find its way into Steam? Those are some interesting questions. It's quite cool, Tiggs. Thank you for sharing it. Seb, sleep. I will. Yes, it's time. Just wanted to bring it to your guys' attention. Thank you, man. There's one thing here. Is part of Lobby Network Avatar. turn that off. Okay. The last thing I'm going to do here is turn the highlight effect off for these other characters. Let's remove the interaction between characters for now. Okay, cool. Raid time. Raid time. Time for raid. Who is on? Time for sleep. Who else we got? The fifth function. Oh yeah, I think I remember you. Is he here? All right, this guy is wild. He gives me kind of like, it's strange. He gives me strange vibes, but he's obviously very smart. It's interesting. It's interesting. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we rate him? See the kind of like wild things he's doing. Jackie is playing Valorant at the moment. Hold on. I don't see her. We've got Jackie Codes. You don't mean this Jack. Jackie with the... Nah, she's playing chess. Jackie isn't playing right now. Link me, Lemon. Link me. Okay, this guy was cool. Okay, hold on. What's his game? I'm feeling like this guy's our raid target. How many he's got? 3. No, he needs more. He needs more. His stuff is too weird. His stuff is too weird not to get more attention. Okay. What was this guy doing again? Yeah, I remember actually. I remember. He's doing pretty well. I think fifth function is the guy. He gets our raid. It's too weird. Look at what he's doing. He's building a whole game engine in JavaScript. He's just, nah. It's too strange and too interesting. He gets our raid. He earned it. Ready, guys? Ready up. Make him feel welcome. A game engine, not Java, JavaScript inside of the web browser. It runs in his web browser. It's just such a like, this is not even Java, it's JavaScript. It's really, really weird. I don't know how he gets it to run so fast that it actually renders. He's using like WebGL, I think, with GLSL to actually get it rendering. And he's got this whole procedural world with crazy skeleton characters that like walk around and build things. And the game he's making, you can't even play it. You can't even play the game. The game plays itself. You just like observe stuff happening in the world. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's a thing. It's a thing. I find it very interesting. And also he's in Brisbane. He's like a dude in Brisbane. I don't think he even, like, he's not even working in computer games or software. He's just, you know, and if you look at his code, it's also just like scary. I don't think anybody else could jump into these projects and make anything like productive happen because it's so strange. It's really strange and very cool. And I like it a lot. And you guys should like it a lot. So make him feel welcome. Good night, guys. Bye. See you tomorrow.